And there was much that was taking place that was affecting the country's foreign exchange reserves. Within the Caribbean context, I think it was in that same 1977, April to be exact, that the Jamaican government of that day entered into a standby arrangement with the IMF. There was much taking place in the world, in financial systems, Mr. Speaker. So within this context, our Prime Minister at the time sought to navigate an increasingly challenging and difficult economic environment. And he could do that, and he did do that, through his presentation of his budgetary measures. It is said that during that speech he reflected that access to steady and cheap energy was no longer available. He therefore sought, through his measures and his presentation, much like the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central yesterday, sought to look at the context within which the presentation of the budget was made, looking at the global environment, looking at the regional environment, looking at the local environment, and saying within that context, what can we do as a country to steady the ship of state? As I reflect on context, sir, I go further, I come forward, and I reflect on the speech presented by the Honourable Prime Minister, the Right Honourable Owen Seymour Arthur, back in 2002, sir. This is 1 year after what we know now to be 9/11, one of the greatest terrorist events that would have taken, or the worst terrorist events that would have taken place, one of them, that sent shockwaves across the globe, not only as it relates to air travel, but of course for a small, open developing and small island developing state and an open economy that has as its largest base and its largest sector, sometimes in many cases the only sector that's really driving economic productivity, tourism. We saw and we found that that was one of the most tumultuous times that this country faced. There was a sharp economic downturn due to 9/11. In fact, whilst the economy of Barbados was growing prior to 2001, many seasons and many quarters of growth were experienced. Post 9/11, we saw the economy of Barbados contract by 2 3/4%. Tourism took a hit. Rising unemployment was apparent. Fiscal deficits, Mr. Speaker, appeared. The social and economic environment within which this budget was presented in 2002 is very similar to the social and economic environment within which we now operate. And the focus of that budget, when the Honourable Prime Minister Arthur presented it, was on stabilization. It was on stabilization and it was on protection of what was at that time our most critical sector, tourism. Context, sir. So now in 2026, we are here yet again, after all of those years. I mean, even in the 1970, when I reflect on the 1977 budget presentation, I was not even born yet. I don't even think it was a twinkle in my father's eyes. He was twinkling. I'll leave that to you. But I certainly was not a twinkle in his eye at that point in time. But a few years later, I came. And sir, protect me. So in reflecting upon how long ago that was, that's all I'm trying to say. I now reflect on the fact that I'm here to be a part of this budgetary process in 2026. And looking, staying within the budget, and looking now, sir, at the context within which we are operating. Of course, the world in which we are operating today is much like the world of 1977 and the world of 2002. And we are seeing war, we're seeing inflation, we're seeing economic downturns up ahead that could be very likely. We're seeing many sectors under threat. We're seeing increasing oil prices and we're seeing increasing energy costs. So when we look at that context, sir, and we hear the Honourable Member, the Minister of Finance, stand before us and to give what I would consider to be measures that reflect a government that understands context and understands it well. And I know from speaking to persons, Mr. Speaker, sir, even within my constituency and farther afield, and even as you listen to some of the news articles ahead of the budget, when persons were looking for when people were asking, and what are you looking for in the budget presentation, a lot of persons were looking for an ease. But even though the global context, Mr. Speaker, would suggest that a government may want to be more restrictive in how it would go forward, the global context and what is happening all around us would suggest and would even motivate a Minister of Finance to be austere in his approach to his budgetary measures. I see, Mr. Speaker, a balanced budget that has been presented, but one that is very people-centric, very people-focused, and opening actually opportunities for sectors to be developed and grown within our country, within our context. Once again, this Barbados Labour Party administration is leading from the front, and we have presented a budget that is people-focused. We could have come with austerity, Mr. Speaker, sir. We could have come with immense restrictions, Mr. Speaker, sir. We could have come with castor oil and salts. But I believe, Mr. Speaker, that we said we will focus on the goods of our people. We chose to focus on our people. Where are we focusing on our people? By offering support, Mr. Speaker. We're locking in fuel prices. We're protecting our electricity bills. We're capping prices at the pump, absorbing 50% even as it relates to our electricity bills, absorbing a government in this global context that determines that it will focus on its people, safeguarding and shielding their interests by ensuring that whatever the increase is on your fuel adjustment on your bill come April 1, that the government has committed to you that it will absorb 50% of that increase for the next 3 months. That is an administration that cares about its people, Mr. Speaker, sir. We're also adjusting the import tax calculations. And this, of course, will lower the duties on key imports. And we know Barbados is a largely import-driven economy. Most of the items that we consume, the vast majority, food, clothing, etc., imported. And we're lowering the import duties on key imports. And this is going to reduce pressure, sir, on the price of food, personal cares, and it will also even shield and provide a buffer relative to construction costs as well, as we know that Barbados right now is going through a construction boom, and we need to be able to ensure that the cost of construction remains affordable for the average Barbadian citizen. All of these measures, once again, designed with people in mind. What else are we doing, sir? The Honourable Member introduced to us and said that we're going to be increasing the income tax limit for the compensatory income tax credit, and we're going to be moving it from $35,000 to $50,000. The compensatory income credit, sir, moving from a threshold of $35,000 up to a threshold of $50,000. This allows the lower and middle income earners in our society to be able to pay less in income tax each month and each year. And what that means, Mr. Speaker, sir, within the global context of war, within the global context of inflation, within the global context of increasing energy costs and increasing oil costs, this means that more money will be in the pocket of the average Barbadian come April 1st of this year, Mr. Speaker. What else are we doing? We are reducing personal income taxes further for the income year 2026. And those that are earning between $25,000 to $75,000, Mr. Speaker, will now benefit from a 1% reduction, moving from 12.5% down to 11.5%. This is a people-centric budget, Mr. Speaker. Further to that, we are now increasing the reverse tax credit, something that many Barbadians look forward to. In fact, when they do not receive it, they're very quick to let you know that they're looking for it. The reverse tax credit of $1,300 that we become very accustomed to has now been increased by this BLP administration in this budgetary exercise to $1,700, a $400 increase per year per person who's receiving that reverse tax credit. Once again, a people-centric budget. Time will not permit me, sir, to go through all of the other sweeping measures that were announced by our Minister of Finance. Significant people-centered initiatives, duty-free on cameras and on dash cams, increase in welfare support, Mr. Speaker, sir, cash support for our senior citizens, $100 a month or $1,200 a year or $600 every 6 months, however they want to take it, it is theirs. Higher duty-free limits being offered on certain items to allow and encourage our people who are importing things naturally. We have persons who are bringing in all sorts of items, if it's Shein, it's whoever else. People, Shein or Shein, which I don't order for them. You understand? I don't use it. And they're bringing in these things, but the Honourable Minister of Finance, he probably uses it because he made sure that persons who wanted to import items now are able to benefit from increased duties, duty-free. He may not have done it for his benefit only, sir, but I'm sure he did it for the benefit of all Barbadians. And this is why I say that this budget, and I actually juxtapose this budget presentation with two of those more significant ones, because the context within which we are, people were bracing themselves, sir, for austerity, because so much is happening all around us. People were saying, no, there's no way that a government can come at this stage and open their hands and allow people to have increased duty-free concessions, increased allowances, reductions in taxes, personal income, and otherwise. People did not expect that this would happen. So I believe that within the context within which we are operating, that the Minister of Finance gave us a resounding and awesome budget presentation, Mr. Speaker, sir. So as I turn my attention now to the area of health. Throughout this estimates process, the ministry that I have the honor and the privilege of being a member of, a leader of, working with the hard-working and dedicated leadership team and all of those who make up the Ministry of Health and Wellness, $395,292,583 has been allocated to this particular head. $395 million is not a small amount of money. This represents, Mr. Speaker, how this government has strategically prioritized its heads, how it has strategically prioritized its expenditures, where we will spend our funds over the next year. And I'm so grateful, Mr. Speaker, that even in the budgetary presentation, the honourable member would have made mention of some of the big ticket items that are due to take place during the course, or start during the course of this fiscal year. One that he mentioned, Mr. Speaker, is the QH expansion, a $400 million project that will see the QH footprint expanding by 40%, allowing us to have more bed space, allowing us to have more clinical space, allowing us to have specialized spaces, such as a burns unit and an oncology suite, special and dedicated spaces that would allow us to better serve our people. $400 million being invested in that improvement of the QH environment. Mr. Speaker, he did not mention it, but work continues and is in this estimates for us to continue to advance the work on the health information system. Mr. Speaker, I have come into the Ministry of Health and I've been constantly hearing about the horror stories, I would say, of persons who have been waiting for inordinately long times for procedures, surgeries, etc. And in many cases, the common denominator in many of those stories that I've heard is that my notes were misplaced. They could not find my notes. When I went to the appointment, my notes were not available. Mr. Speaker, it is time for us in the 2026 Barbados to be able to put the idea of lost physical notes behind us for it to become a thing of the past. And that is what we've been working on for the last 2 years, feverishly, in the Ministry of Health and Wellness with the QH team, to be able to pilot our health information system And I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, and I can tell the people of Barbados through you that during the course of this year, they will continue to see improvements in the rollout of this health information system. They will be able to schedule their appointments electronically. They will be able to monitor if the appointments are being canceled or if they're on schedule remotely. They'll be able to have, as they enter the QH system, they'll be able to have their notes moving with them throughout the QH environment and even outside of the QH environment remotely and electronically. This would allow us, and this is a game changer, Mr. Speaker, this would allow us to be more efficient in the delivery of health care in our country, not only from the perspective of ensuring that we no longer have lost notes and cancelled procedures, but it also allows us to be able to mine data. We will now be able to see in an instant insights that would allow us to be able to make better policy decisions when we see the data that comes from our health information system. There's also a new geriatric hospital, Mr. Speaker, as many have seen, that has been under construction for a little while, and we are expecting during the course of this year that that construction would come to a completion. Of course, Mr. Speaker, we must mention the $185 million that is being invested in our polyclinic upgrades. Mr. Speaker, this ministry, when it came into it in 2024, the senior minister at the time, Minister of Health, he said to me that one of our strategic pillars and our aims and objectives that we must pursue is that of improving primary health care for our country. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, many of the persons in our country, when they think of health care, they think only of the QEH. They think only of accident and emergency at QEH. But health care, Mr. Speaker, is much broader than that. The polyclinic network, as expansive as it is where we are now placing our strategic focus. Not that we're not focusing as well on tertiary healthcare delivery. We will continue to drive the improvement, and I've already mentioned the $400 million, plus other investments and so much more capital investment that is being made within the QEH and the tertiary healthcare setting. But I'm saying to the people of Barbados that we're also focusing as one of our primary strategic goals to improve primary healthcare delivery in our country. That is within the polyclinic settings. And we have said, even as we campaigned a few weeks ago, we said that we want every polyclinic to become a community health service, to become a location where community health is focused on. And that is what we are doing within the Ministry of Health and Wellness. And even as I say that, Mr. Speaker, I must focus on NCDs, non-communicable diseases. I've had the privilege of being responsible for wellness, all things wellness within the ministry. NCDs would be one of the biggest challenges and hurdles that we face in the ministry that is affecting the wellness of our people, the health of our people. Mr. Speaker, I've said it many times, and until we get our updated statistics, we will continue to let the people of Barbados know 83% approximately of adult deaths in Barbados are caused by non-communicable diseases. 8 out of 10 adults in this country are dying as a result of largely preventable illnesses, such as diabetes, hypertension, cardiovascular disease, chronic respiratory illness, and of course, many varied forms of cancer. These diseases are largely preventable because they're usually tied to lifestyle choices, how we eat, if we move or don't move, how active we are, if we smoke, if we drink too much alcohol. All of these things are lifestyle choices that Barbadians make on a daily basis that have a direct impact on their health and their wellness. 83% of our people, our adults, are dying as a result of diseases that they can prevent just by changing their lifestyle. Mr. Speaker, this continues to concern the Ministry of Health and Wellness, and we will continue to put every effort into reducing the numbers of persons who are dying as a result of this. It is not just, Mr. Speaker, the fact that we're losing citizens, but there is a cost of about $375 million, and that can go upwards to $825 million per year, Mr. Speaker, that is spent and allocated towards treating NCDs in our country. $375 million to $825 million a year being allocated to fighting NCDs in our country. Mr. Speaker, if we could reallocate a significant portion of that money towards education transformation, if we could allocate it towards public sector talent development, if we could direct it, Mr. Speaker, towards agricultural development and food security, if we could redirect those funds, Mr. Speaker, towards youth and sports, community empowerment, if we could reallocate those figures and those dollars, Mr. Speaker, towards infrastructural development and to keep our construction industry booming and keep people employed, that would be a better way for us to spend those dollars than for us to continuously be putting it into treating health care. We will do it because we must, Mr. Speaker, but if we can get our people to appreciate the need for them, to take better care of themselves, and for us to ensure that our healthcare delivery meets them where they are so that they can get the best care, I believe that we can reduce this financial burden that has been put on the hands and the back of Barbadians by $375 million being allocated to it on a yearly basis. Not only, Mr. Speaker, do we have the upfront cost of $375 to $825 million a year, but we also have productivity losses due to NCDs and NCD-related illnesses. Some people, Mr. Speaker, sir, are not able to go to work as often as they should. That impacts on productivity. Some persons, when they go to work, they're not able to function as best as they should. So that impacts on productivity. And we are losing approximately $145 million a year in productivity losses because of NCD-related issues. We have to address this, Mr. Speaker. And I must say here, Mr. Speaker, if there's one area that I'm slightly disappointed in terms of the budget presentation, I wish I would have heard more relative to how we can work together to reduce these NCDs as an issue. But I know that I've been working with the Ministry of Finance and we have tabled a few policies that we will discuss further. And I know that with time and once we work out the metrics, the figures and the dollars and the cents of it all, the economics of it all, I'm sure that we'll be able to see them come in maybe a future budget presentation or even in between. But I wished I had seen more relative to how we make our healthy foods more affordable for our people. And I must congratulate the Honourable Member because this is his second budget presentation. And in his first one, he did expand the basket of goods, which included more healthy items. And I was hoping to see a continuation of that within this budget presentation, but maybe in your third one, Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central, or even in between there somewhere. But we will continue to have the conversations because I want to see healthier foods becoming more accessible and affordable to our citizens. Because when we engage with the general populace in Barbados about eating healthily, their first concern, and maybe sometimes their only concern, is the affordability. It is not as affordable. And sometimes we have to educate and show them that if you look at the right items and you look in the right place, you will find that you can access more affordable, healthy items. It's just a matter of looking and seeing where they are. But Mr. Speaker, sir, we too as a government need to lead from the front and see how we can continue to expand our healthy basket of goods. And I've even proposed that that include non-food items as well. But more will be discussed along those lines. So we need to continue to work hand in hand with our civil society organizations, our churches, of course, government leading the way, our private sector organizations. All of us need to work together to ensure that this threat of NCDs, this war of NCDs, is won by the Barbados government and by the people of Barbados. And we will continue to make every effort to encourage our people to be more physically active. In fact, Mr. Speaker, we have as a target that we would reduce by 10% the levels of inactivity, physical inactivity amongst our people by the year 2030. That is our goal. We want our people to be more active. And even as I stand here today, I want to encourage the people of Barbados, get up and move. Get up and move. I'm not saying get up and go to a gym. I'm not saying any of that. I'm saying just get up and move. Become more physically active. Whether it is running outside with your children, kicking a ball, bouncing a basketball, playing cricket, whether it is just walking around your neighborhood on evenings or mornings, whether it is taking advantage of the various community gyms that the Ministry of Health, in partnership with the Ministry of Sports and Community Empowerment, have been able to roll out across the country. We as a government are seeking to give opportunities to our people to be able to exercise where they are within their communities. You do not have to go far, Mr. Speaker. You just have to get up and move. So we encourage our people to move around. And not only move around, Mr. Speaker, but we will continue to do work on what is soon to be a national nutrition policy. And we're going to engage our people. We're going to have a conversation with our people relative to eating better. And a lot of this has started already within the Ministry of Health and Wellness, where we are focusing our attention on label reading. There are a lot of persons, Mr. Speaker, who just pick up items and they don't even know how much sodium is in the item. They don't know how much fat is in the item, if trans fat or saturated fat is in the item. A lot of persons just pick up because they're custom buying a specific brand. We want to encourage our people to take on the exercise, to develop the habit even of reading your labels, checking to see if the sugar content is too high, checking to see if the sodium content is too high. And we have even created some very simple refrigerator magnets and even wallet cards that would allow persons to be able to see that when something goes past a certain percentage of the daily value, you have it in red, it's color-coded, so that means you should put it back on the shelf, because it is not going to be good for your health in the long term. So we're encouraging our people to eat healthier, Mr. Speaker, sir. We will continue to partner with every single agency, all community groups, all community gyms, to continue to roll out various initiatives. One such initiative, sir, is a train-the-trainer of fitness experts, fitness practitioners, so that we can have a robust number of persons from the north, south, east, and west of this island who would be able to go into various communities and to be able to start and establish fitness groups that will be able to call out persons, whether it be elderly persons within communities, whether it be younger persons within communities, but we will have persons who are now trained and certified as physical ed trainers to be able to go into these spaces and to be able to have community-based fitness programs taking place. That is another way that we're bringing health to our communities. Mr. Speaker, sir, as I begin to close, I want to bring attention to another thing, even as I encourage our people to take their health into their own hands and to take responsibility for their own health and wellness. Mr. Speaker, we have focused in this ministry heavily on screening. We started the colorectal screening pilot in 2024 late, and it ran throughout 2025. We have other screening guidelines relative to breast cancer, relative to prostate cancer, all the various cancers, about 5 different ones that we have been revamping the protocols for, the guidelines for. And we want to encourage the people of Barbados to know your numbers. Mr. Speaker, we had just this past weekend an initiative that was focused on men. It was called Lions Line. The initiative, though health-focused, it allowed us to be able to bring men together in a very safe space, a comfortable space, a social environment. We had games, we had fun, we had a whole host of different activities. It was a really good event, and I'm really grateful to the men who attended that event on this occasion. But in between all of the activities, we had health checks taking place. So men, I was so glad to be able to see men sitting down and getting their pressure check, getting their sugar check, getting the bloods drawn for PSAs, different things like that. It was so good to see our men coming out and getting their health checks. And I want to encourage, because I'm speaking specifically to men today, because when it comes to our clinical speech and thought processes, we know that men have what we call poor health-seeking behaviors. You know, oftentimes a man will go to a doctor only when prodded. Somebody has to tell him, get up and go to the doctor. We don't get the doctor, you don't see your foot swelling up. Yes, you see you squinting, you can't see so good. Somebody usually, some external stimuli usually has to be there when it comes to men and their health. Something has to be almost to the edge of death for them to get up and go to a doctor. I want to encourage our men out there, take better care of yourselves. Men are more likely to have cardiovascular events. Men are more likely to have strokes. The numbers are significantly larger when it comes to women. And I want to encourage our men, take better care of yourself. Prevention is better than cure. It is better to go to a doctor on an annual basis and check your numbers and see where you are, if you're trending in the right direction or if you're trending in the wrong direction, so you can catch something before it becomes a problem. So I encourage our men and all citizens to know your numbers and to take your health seriously. That is why we're focusing on these screening initiatives, once again within our primary healthcare settings of our polyclinics, to allow our people to have access to the latest screening technologies and protocols, so that when they go in there, they know exactly what they're going to expect to receive from our healthcare professionals. And my last note, Mr. Speaker, is on the area of mental health. Even as we focus, there are 9 or so dimensions of health: financial health, physical health, mental health, social health, etc., spiritual health. And mental health is another one that is very key to us, Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Health and Wellness, because of course we've seen, even post-COVID, we've seen increasing numbers of persons who are presenting with and exhibiting mental health challenges, especially amongst our young people in particular, Mr. Speaker. And this worries us, but we have put systems in place such as Lifeline Barbados. Lifeline Barbados is a 24-hour hotline. 535-4500 is the telephone number. 535-4500. It allows our citizens to have access 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, bank holidays, what have you. Allows them to have access to trained professionals who would be able to be on the other side of that telephone line to listen to whatever the concerns you have as a citizen. Lifeline Barbados is there for you. And we've had, since its inception, over 12,000 calls to Lifeline Barbados in less than 2 years. And that is a tremendous initiative that we've had in this ministry. And we're really pleased by it because we've seen that lives have been saved as a count of Lifeline Barbados being established. But so I want to say in closing, Mr. Speaker, health is important. The health of a nation is the wealth of its nation. Health is important to us as a society. We need to make sure our citizens are more productive so that they can produce more and they can add to our development as a country. We need to ensure that our citizens are safeguarded, meaning that their lives are preserved. So that's why we need to bring back the NCD surge, and the war and NCDs needs to be taking place. And that's why this government has taken a frontal approach to attacking NCDs in our country. And let me speak to our people and say, Mr. Speaker, take care of your mental health and wellness as well. Seek help if you need to seek help. Seek support if you need to seek support. And I believe, Mr. Speaker, that we are putting these systems in place that would allow health to continue to be, at the point of delivery, exceptional in our country. So as I close, Mr. Speaker, I once again congratulate the Honourable Minister of Finance, the member for Christchurch East Central, for what I believe is one of the more impactful budgetary proposals and speeches that I've seen in my time. And of course, even as I reflect upon the other budgetary proposals of 1977 and 2002, I believe that this will be in history one of the more impactful and transformative budgetary proposals that we have heard. I congratulate him and I thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm obliged.
Honourable Member for St. Michael East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I first have to thank my constituents, the Ivy, from the Ivy. I have to thank my constituents from Liquid Village. I have to thank them from Haggett Hall and St. Barnabas. I have to thank them from Titchburn, Barkers Road, the Hudson Turning, Welches, Kingsland, and the Pine. Sir, there were persons who thought that Prescott would not be here. As a member of Parliament, and some were saying to me goodbye at the end of the last term. But I want my people to know that I'm still here where they want me to be. I might grow as old as Nebuchadnezzar, But as long as the people need me here, I will be here. I'm not so good at the Bible. And I'm not a full-fledged Christian either. What I want to say, yesterday, I heard the Minister of Finance made a speech, and he had me in captivity all the way. The nature of that speech, sir, caused me to empathize with the passion which he showed and the empathy which he also manifested for the period of the time that is really needed in this House of Assembly, and by many other persons who purport to be intellectuals. I did not view him yesterday as an economist. I viewed him yesterday as a humanist. Now, when I heard, I'm reflecting on the conclusion of the presentation. When I heard him with the long presentation from Martin Luther King, and he also earlier indicated clearly that he has a heart similar. Not because you were born in the United States of America, but you have a heart addressing similar considerations, especially at a time when vulnerable states are experiencing dark times. And I believe that it's the first time that I've heard a minister of finance deliver a speech, and the people in the streets of Barbados were engaged in a serious debate. And I think that what you have done is not only talk about the social provisions which you would introduce, but you were able to stimulate a national discussion on the important and fundamental issue at this point in history, because everybody might not fully understand the seriousness of the challenges that we are going to face. We are all of us are raising our hands with the hope, those who are really conscious, because I think that we all have a responsibility to keep that discussion going so that people will understand clearly why they have to go through certain challenges, and why, if we have to make sacrifices, why we are making the sacrifices. Because simple answers to these problems is that the government don't know what they're doing. So it means that we must be on a path of education. We must be on a path of enlightening people and stimulating the dialogue that is required, so that if all the predictions that goes over $100 a barrel, if they come true, there be major sacrifices that we will all have to make. And at the end of the day, the most vulnerable persons in the society are usually the people experiencing the pain most of all. Not only you refer to Martin Luther King, but you remind me of the Guyanese poet Martin Carter. Martin Carter, during difficult times globally and also within the precincts of the sovereignty of Guyana, Martin Carter, not Martin Luther King, Martin Carter wrote a poem called "This is a Dark Time, My Love." All round the land, brown beetles quarrel. You see, the shining sun is in the sky. They talk about those boots of steel trampling down flowers at a time in history when difficulties were existing in the Caribbean more so than other parts of the world. And not due to the fault of any governance in the region, but due to the fault of governance elsewhere. We became victims. And in many times when we become victims, it is not because we are responsible for the causality, but because we are normally the victims of things that we have no control over. So we are all vulnerable, sir. And Mr. Speaker, I went home and I reflected on the speech. And one of my colleagues made reference and said it was one of the best speeches that he has heard. Minister, I don't know what has happened. I don't know what is responsible for the intellectual and it must be a spiritual transformation. Are you going to church recently? Because these are two of the most penetrating speeches that I have ever heard from you. And I am tempted to say from everyone else who have heard speaking on financial matters in this country. No academics, no overcrowding of stacks, but a philosophical trend, as though it's a testimony of hope or testament of hope. When you spoke about the little child who you made contact with, and you gave the guidance that you gave, and you made sure that as an adult you were cautious. You were not going into any trap. You said, "Let your mother call me." I said, this man's heart is in this speech, not just brain. Heart was in this speech as well. And when I heard you going on a journey of reflection of your experiences pushing a trolley, I said, this is my brother, pushing a trolley from over in Independence Square over here and down. Obviously, you didn't get much money, but you did it. I think you were sending an important signal and an indicator to young people. And you didn't use the exact words of Oadafa, but I remember Oadafa here saying, we all have to be the best that we can be. And I think that is the lesson that you were sending to young people, but I wanted you to extend it to some of those who are not so young, who may be involved, getting themselves involved in all kind of unfortunate and immoral and even criminal activities, because you were signaling to all there's a necessity for adults to give guidance to young people. And as this society becomes harder hit by what we are experiencing, especially at a time like this, when we are already experiencing a lot of criminal activities across the country, we need people to be able to empathize. There must be some form of introspection in trying to understand what we need to do. You know, I don't want to give stories because I think you gave good examples, but I know what life was like for me as a teenager growing up in my neighborhood. I know what it was like. I had mangoes and I stole mangoes, although I had mango trees. And to me, it was not an act, a crime. It was just fun. I see lots of my friends who I used to run around with end up at Dodds. Well, it wasn't Dodds then, but it was at Glandery. And I used to go sometimes in Flint Hall to the back and shake my hand. And the man serving a 5-year term in there, that was my good buddy. I was fortunate, and I always put it this way, I was fortunate to come here and not there. So we have a responsibility to them, and we have to give them hope by showing that we use that academic achievement. And I'm not going to hide it. What you did yesterday called for deep academic thought. We don't have that self-respect to tell our own black brothers and sisters. I'm not talking about being bright. I'm talking about applying yourself to deep thought in relation to social, political, and economic conditions. We don't do it. And I want to compliment you for all that you have done yesterday. And I just have a hope that everyone here would keep this debate going. It does not finish with what was presented yesterday or today. These are serious times. This is a dark time, my love. And when he said that, he was talking about the respect for the sovereignty of the state in which he lived in. That's what Carter was saying. But we have a lot of work to do. What is happening to us? The chances are that we may end up with food shortages. We are not being alarmists, but we have to face those realities. We might find out that even the hope for just a slight raise in the cost of the gas might go way beyond our imagination because it's a war. And I like to reflect on historic experience. When we came out of the 1930s and the 40s, we produced, I'll give you some new images. We produced Soyuz Springer. It wasn't Soyuz Springer then. And during the debates after the Second World War, and after the 1930s uprising, he was in the forefront of the expansion, and he called for the expansion of the educational system. You know, yesterday, and during the last few weeks, we've been talking about the expansion of pre-primary education and making pre-primary education more universal than it is at present. But what he was saying then, that there is a need for a University of the West Indies. Many people in Barbados don't know the contribution of Springer. He was, at that same time, in trying to solve the problems even before we had self-government. They were talking about the unification of the Caribbean in order for the Caribbean to have the required strength to counter any external forces that might impact on the society at this specific time. And you had Grantley Adams speaking. They called for the trade union movement, the most effective labor institution in the history of the region. is still the trade union movement. And I always pray every day that in no way it will lose its potency. It's a frightening thing because we're living in a capitalist market, and if the most powerful instrument of labor even bends, we don't know what will happen to the working class people in this country. Cipriani was speaking at the time, that's what I'm saying, the intellectual core, which should also include parliamentarians, must speak at this time. These are dark times. You have to speak. You can't come in here and draw the taxpayers' money and don't talk. Nobody can stop me from talking because I come here to talk. For a purpose. And just like the Minister of Finance yesterday, I feel these things in my heart. I might not be an intellectual, but I feel it in my heart. And I intend to share it with other people. You had Cipriani. I'm not going back to the 1930s. I can tell you about the battle in the 1930s, which we had when people could not get anything to eat, when people was getting 3 shillings and 6 pence. That's the 1930s, but by the time you hit in the 40s, there was a struggle for self-government. And Granny Adams, one of the leading intellectuals of the time, placed the issue of self-government on the table and placed also the issue of the federation by the time as we come down to the latter, in fact, the 1958 or so, but in 1940s and 50s. And all of that stemmed from the experience of the hardship that was coming through from the 1920s, 30s, and 40s. It is now our time. It is now our time to do our duty to our people. And I respect the blueprint as you laid it out yesterday, because it tells me that somebody is very clear on the trajectory that must be applied if you want to save our people from this crisis. They had to save people from the crisis in the 1930s and 40s and into the 1950s. So when you come here, and here is not supposed to be a circus. It is not a place for clowns.
We get rid of one.
I can't tell you so. Look, regardless of where you came from, when you get here, remember that thousands of Barbadians put us here.
That's right.
It is not a place for being contentious. I have never said anything in this house about my people that is contentious. About my people that is contentious. Well, there's nothing that you have done that can cause me to be bitter with you. You understand me, Medic? Sorry, sir. Sorry.
I remember, I remember you're familiar with the procedure.
Sorry, man. No, there's nothing. I believe that we have had some men who had natural ability that came to this house, and they probably made some contributions. Once in a while, you may get a chance, if you use the library, you might use the library sometimes, you get a chance to go and see some of the contributions made by great men who came to this house. It is not a time for trivia night. People don't put you out of here because you got on a shirt that is conventional. I have had experiences of that type in here, right? We have, at present, to put programs in place. Not because we want to talk pretty, but we got to put programs in place that if tomorrow we get a clear signal, this is a long run. The war would not be over next week. We have to look and see what the Ministry of Agriculture is doing. I don't think we should wait neither. I think all right now we should be putting things in place. My sister will be experiencing some pressure, not only from us, but also from the people across Barbados, because we don't want to see ourselves in a situation where there would be a food shortage, right? And we have the foresight. History taught us there's always a requirement for foresight, especially in times like these, dark times. And it means that agriculture program has to be going at a very rapid pace. We agreed even before this budget, and those provisions will complement the budget, because you did not bring the budget out of a vacuum. You also know that there were certain important planks, social and economic planks already in place, that the budget is more complemented than that is complemented the budget itself, because they were there before the budget. And we talk a lot, but sometimes the tardiness of the transfer of the cash to get the programs going, we have to take the blame. So when you want to have a care project and you want to make sure that people are given chickens, people are given tools, given financial assistance, given black belly sheep. Some people do not understand the urgency of these things until we find ourselves in a crisis. And then you see everybody running around and pointing fingers at each other. So we have to talk with the people, because it also requires an informal education program. And I want to thank the Rastafarian community too, regardless of how many people feel about the Rastafarian community. And I want to thank them, because even when they were facing counter forces in this society, the Rastafarians were not only smoking herb, the Rastafarians were producing music and very much engaged in cultural activities all across the region. And everybody hails Bob Marley. Everybody. So we look, let me tell the Rastafarian community this. Trust me, you have a minister in me. That's the first thing. I want to thank the Prime Minister. I want to thank the Prime Minister for making me Minister of Pan-African Affairs and Heritage. It is so unique, but so special, and special to me. I want to thank my Pan-Africanist brethren, and there are many of them that went on before me. You've talked a lot about Marcus Garvey, but he's the greatest black philosopher that the world has ever seen. And I am glad to be schooled in the philosophy of Marcus Garvey, W.E.B. Du Bois. So I'm saying that the Caribbean produced good stock in many ways. And we, in this ministry, we're working along with any of the other ministries who are willing to drive to work with us I spoke to Minister Blackman recently about having black history or African history. It would not be any long debate. I will not waste time with anybody into any long debate on whether it's African history or black history or Afro-Caribbean history. I don't waste time with that. Transformation. This is about transformation in the Ministry of Education, and my ministry will work with the Minister of Education to get the ball going. That must be on the history, the syllabus, and history must be taught in schools about all the achievements of black people all over the world. That would also form part of that consciousness that is required. That is the kind of education I'm talking about. That consciousness that is required to help us to understand who we are. Who we are is about a national identity. And that is why I have great admiration for you, Springer. And if you understood the history of the 1830s with Stanley in Great Britain, he understood it well because he only said that you all ought to learn the 3 R's. Nobody here was supposed to be an economist, no doctor, no dentist, no businessman, nothing. 3 R's go to work in these sugar fields. The ball is in our court now for we to help shape in the most malleable form that man ought to be shaped in, not physically alone, but mentally, so we can appreciate each other and treat each other with a sense of dignity. And you must respect all the experiments that you might call it, the Rastafarian movement, because today we are talking about the commercialization of the marijuana. And we are all around, talking about all the great Rastafarian people, Jamaica, Trinidad, wherever, Africa, wherever. We are talking about the greatness of these men because of the talent and what it is about a human being outside of the physical self that makes him the character that he is, but talent itself. We come from the nigger yard of yesterday, boy. Huh? And everybody should go home and Google it, go get it, AI, read it, print it, put it in your bedroom and look at it every night. Who think because they got on high shoes or a wig and think that they're not from the nigger yard? They're still from the nigger yard of yesterday. So we want to have our what? Talking about you for?
I remember speaking through the chair.
Sir,
I remember speaking through the chair.
I'm sorry, sir. I was distracted. Yes, sir. We need all of this as part of the budget. Should be. Many persons spoke about pensioners and all of that, and I think sometimes when everybody wants to talk that, then we see this, which we ought not to see. But we see this because you're here to make a critical analysis. You're here to make a critical analysis. And I'm trying to shun away from that because everyone in here seems to be on the track, one track all the time. And somebody got to run on the outside track when it comes to serious assessment of where we are as a people. Sir, I don't want to finish this speech without thanking the government for what they have done for the people who work hard on the Bell Plantation, and probably some on Lower Slip Plantation. They sent me here and they make a number of demands on me, and rightfully so. My government has responded after a long, long, long time to making sure that those people now have portable water running to their homes. That is a great achievement, not only for my government. I hope that in addition now to the storage facilities, where you're going to channel the sewage out of the community, I hope in addition to that, on our agenda this year, we will also look at the subdivision of the lands so that these people can enjoy land ownership. The land is now in the hands of the state. It's not in the hands of the former owners of the belt. And I no need to tell you who some of them are. I want to see these people live and enjoy the highest forms of human civilization. Water is a human right. Obviously, disposal of I don't have to describe that or go to the United Nations to know that all man must be able to do that. But I don't want these people to come to Earth and leave Earth without ever owning 1 square foot of land. Where there's a requirement for the restructuring of the homes, bring them in alignment so that we can have proper housing stock and roads. I don't want the honorable member for the city to enjoy all these great benefits that the people who work directly on Sandwich by the pine plantation and Sandwich by the Bell and Lower State can't enjoy these benefits. Other people in here could enjoy all the niceties of life because you could not be here had not for that. I really want that to happen for them. I hope that we could sometimes engage some more. Sometimes when we're providing social facilities, I'm not going to specify any area, social facilities, housing, roads. I believe that ministries, as a new approach, ministers, when they're making those changes in communities, should always consult with the MP that represent the area. We can't continue to go because you become a minister and believe that you have been elevated to high office. You can't move around with your chest in the air and behaving pompous and believe that those people who place you there don't have any say. So I would like to see that change because on one occasion when I find myself being upset is because the MP stepped forth. Sometimes I only hearing about it when I am at home. And they're doing something that just with a little discussion, even with a person that they might not believe is worthy, but with a little discussion, we can do it a lot better.
Honourable member has 2 more minutes.
Oh, Lord. Sir, let us learn from the mistakes of the past. Let us learn how we tackle situations, because I know much people don't want to talk about the genesis of the cause and why we are in a situation today where we have to be examining the logistics of a budget, because all I would say, because I understand too what is happening across the region and what is happening across the world. But we would love to be able to speak frankly on these things, but I would not dare to do so, because sometimes people expect me to do so, right? But Barbadians today are asking questions, what is happening at the level of CARICOM? What is happening at the level of global politics? When people didn't want to wrestle with those discussions, because all was not good after the World War, I spoke about some of these things that were good, but all was not good. Well, by the 1950s, we were struggling with nonsense, like one from 10 leaves nothing. And Caribbean leaders, when we ought to understand from back then that the collective strength of the region would have put us in a better position.
Remember, wind up, please.
Okay. In relation to world affairs, we ignored it then, and the Federation busted up, so to speak. And we do not know exactly where we are at present because of some of these tensions emerging in the system. Sir, I'm very, very appreciative of the time which you have given to me.
You ought to be. You should be. You're going over your time.
And I try to do it in the most lucid and sober manner that I can. It might not be always a mirror of my character, but I hope everybody appreciate that I'm trying to make an effort to say something that makes sense. So thank you very much for the opportunity to say a few words.
Honourable member from Christchurch South.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for recognizing me as I stand on my feet to, like the other honourable members who have spoken before me, to congratulate the honourable member for Christchurch East on his budget presentation. East Central, on his budget presentation. I believe that my senior minister for Christchurch, who leads the Christchurch team, will be very proud and happy that the Christchurch team members, of which the honourable member, of course, for Christchurch East Central, is showing up, again, exemplary leadership, and that the Christchurch team is extremely proud. Mr. Speaker, the weight of what was delivered yesterday, I hope that we can fully appreciate. Not only did the budget deliver on the promises and the covenant that the Barbados Labour Party made with the people of Barbados, but this government, as the honourable member for St. Michael North noted, delivered a people's budget. But it did so in the context of an uncertain time. Mr. Speaker, even as our economy is buoyant, is growing, we heard during the budget that we ended the last quarter with an unemployment rate of 6.1%, the lowest ever recorded. We heard in the budget that our debt to GDP ratio, Mr. President, is now 93.3%. Our real GDP growth, 2.7%, with everything telling us that it will remain steady between 2.5 and 3% for 2026. a budget delivered in what can be called, Mr. Speaker, the best of times, but also the worst of times. Because even as we see those metrics for our economy that says to us that we are doing well, and Mr. Speaker, I wait to see the spinologists and the political critics that will try to spin away this real growth. It will be interesting to see how they will do that. We all know that we are right now facing a global context which can threaten all of those metrics that we are seeing and that growth. We have, as a government, been literally running, navigating continually the complexities of the global environment. In many instances, Mr. Speaker, complexities and circumstances that we have not made, that have been thrust upon us, that we have to be able to navigate with our limited resources. Similarly, Mr. Speaker, sir, as we did during the COVID pandemic, which was perhaps one of the hardest and most severe crises that we faced, we as a government stepped up to put a shield for Barbadians. He put a shield for Barbadians, Mr. Speaker, sir. And the context, again, as the Honourable Member for St. Michael North said to us, is important. Because we look at where we've come from sometimes and we forget, Mr. Speaker, sir. We forget that just in 2017, 2018, we were facing an economy that was tanking. That we had a debt to GDP ratio of 179%. That as we heard, we were on every black, orange, and gray list. But still, Mr. Speaker, we created a shield for Barbadians. Still, Mr. Speaker, sir, we ensured that ordinary Barbadians would be able to survive. And now, as we experience that buoyancy, I say again, we face uncertain times. And this government, as it did during the COVID pandemic, is once again stepping up, not hiding, not retreating, not saying that in the face of crisis, we cannot. Not saying that we intend to deliver, but hold on. This government, through budgetary measures, is saying, we are holding faith with you. We are making good on the covenant. We're making good on the promises. Mr. President, I came across a quote. Mr. Speaker, sir. It was said by Abraham Lincoln, and it was a State of the Union address during the Civil War. And he said, "The dogmas of the quiet past are inadequate to the stormy present. The occasion is piled high with difficulty, and we must rise." He said, we must rise with the occasion. The occasion is piled high with difficulty, and we must rise with the occasion. Mr. Speaker, sir, we are rising to the occasion, to the challenge that is confronting us, to deliver a budget that sees, feels, and hears Barbadians. If you are a pensioner, you see yourself in this budget. If you are a young person, you find yourself in this budget. If you are school age, you will find yourself in this budget. If you manage a household and have to pay a light bill, Mr. Speaker, you will find yourself in this budget. If you are a business person who imports, you find yourself in this budget. If you are an ordinary citizen, as was said before, and that's important, a little thing, not only from Shein, please, but Temu as well, I understand. I've never tried, but Temu as well, please. I've been educated. Oh, and Fashion Nova. I got educated. And Fashion Nova. You find yourself in this budget. Mr. Speaker, I'm very happy that one of the critical elements that was announced in this budget also as well included the creative sector, particularly film. And I hope that the new ministers who now carry the baton for culture and heritage and so on wouldn't mind me speaking on the measures that were announced for the film sector. The measures that were announced for the film sector. So if you are a creative and in the film sector, very often as well, young people using the talent with little resources, you find yourself in this budget. You find yourself in this budget. It was announced that we will provide film incentives up to 40%. But more importantly, we also heard that we will ensure that we capacitate the Made in Barbados brand so that firms who want to take advantage of that incentive have to make sure, Mr. Speaker, that when those credits roll up, people know that that film was done in Barbados. But importantly as well, those measures will capacitate the local film industry by making sure that right across the sector, that when foreign film companies come in, they have to be able to employ locals. And not just locals as gaffers and people who run around, but at the highest level, including writers, Mr. Speaker, sir, and producers. And when that legislation comes to this House, with that cash rebate system, it will put Barbados on the cutting edge of film incentives regime in the region and globally. We also heard that even beyond that, already Barbados will host a film festival, exposing, again, Barbadians, creatives, working in the sector, again, to international standards, to be able to see, to be able to share, to be able to mingle, and to be able to learn, and to bring right home here to Barbados, the best in film internationally. So that, as was said, the budget isn't just about measures for now. So we face the crisis that we have now. We face the global uncertainty, but we build capacity for the long term. And that is what a budget for the people is, Mr. Speaker, sir. That is what a budget for the people is. Mr. Speaker, since I've come into this Ministry of Agriculture and Food Nutrition and Food and Nutrition Security, a number of the members of my constituency, and I would dare say other constituencies, have been calling the office, have said they want to come and see me during my constituency clinics. Yes, other members of other constituencies. Because they want to give me some advice on how to tackle some of the critical issues facing agriculture. Many young men have already turned up in my constituency clinics asking about how they can access land and assistance and other resources. But people have called and said, yes, they're concerned about food prices and how we can grow more and what is happening with all of the idle lands. And certainly agriculture is something that takes up a lot of discussion on the calling programs. I heard the Honourable Member for St. Lucie indicate that he did not see much in the budget for agriculture. I would suggest that he take a good look. Because certainly the farming community was one of the critical communities that was also found in this budget. Mr. Speaker, sir. I remember during COVID, and I will be upfront with you, Mr. Speaker, and say I don't have a green thumb. I can deal with cactus. Cactus don't require much, so me and cactus, we're good friends. And they cool. Anything that requires anything other than that, no please. Desert rose too, yes, the desert rose, they don't need much. I cool with them. But I remember during the COVID-19 pandemic, Barbadians on Facebook, and I don't know if it was the only one, you remember we used to see pictures of people growing grapes. Grapes, I mean the grapes that we just import, I saw pictures of Barbadians growing grapes, sometimes in low pots. You got some? I saw people growing fancy fruits and vegetables that I did not know could grow in Barbados. Growing vines, people sharing ways of how to get rid of pests. All of these things, in the midst of a crisis, the ingenuity and innovation of Barbadians when it comes to agriculture and growing our food showed up. It was interesting. And I remember in that moment that I said to myself that if Carmita Fraser, God rest her soul, could speak from the great beyond, that she would say, this is what I meant when I said food comes first. Grow what you eat what you grow. That's what she would say. She said, this is what I meant. Because again, I remember during COVID that we learned that we can give up a lot of things, Mr. Speaker. But you see when the supermarkets open, you see the long lines. Why? Because food comes first. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when you are in an underprivileged household, you can share clothes, you can wear borrowed clothes, you can, you can sew up a little thing, you can wear scruffy shoes, but hungry bellies don't lie. Food comes first. You talk to pensioners and you ask them what it is that they spend their pension check on most. Food, Mr. Speaker. It's going to be food. And so that in the midst of the challenge that we face, the priority for how we address agriculture and food security, how we eat, how we grow it, becomes paramount. But we face a challenge, Mr. Speaker. We face a challenge. I remember when I was a young whippersnapper, I don't remember anybody remember that word? I remember somebody calling me that around that time. And I was doing trade negotiations. I was actually doing trade negotiations with the World Trade Organizations, not working there, but involved in those trade negotiations, and following quite closely the negotiations in agriculture. I was actually, Mr. Speaker, reminded today, time has moved. I've worked quite extensively in the region with a number of farmers' organizations, doing representation and doing advocacy. And I remember that in the midst of those World Trade Organizations, WTO negotiations, there was a US negotiator. And she got up on the floor and she said, it's an anachronism of bygone days for developing countries to think that they need to feed themselves. It was a statement that stayed with me, Mr. Speaker, because it was an echo of a liberal ideology that said to developing states, countries like Barbados, that it was a nonsense for us to continue to feed ourselves when we could buy food from others. And that wisdom has been echoed in many farms. We say that it is cheaper, that our cost of production is too high. Let's look externally. Let's make sure that we buy food. It makes economic sense in order to be able to do so. But when we make that argument, what we forget is that those developing countries, she was a US negotiator, had spent years subsidizing their agricultural sector to get it where it was, and was now coming in the context of the WTO negotiations to pull the rug from developing countries to tell us now, don't grow your own food, buy from us. It was an echo of a liberal ideology that sought also to pull the rug from the provision of subsidies from the agricultural sector. Essentially, again, denying us the forward momentum in our agricultural sector that they had benefited from. But we cannot only put the blame for the agricultural sector, Mr. Speaker, sir, on outside forces. We must also as well internalize and face the contradictions for ourselves. Many of us, Mr. Speaker, sir, we have become sophisticated. Our tastes have changed. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to speak for myself. I'm a busy woman. When I come home, I ain't got no time to cut up. No, I can tell you the truth. I ain't got time to cut up the yams. Them big hooker yams, them big chunky yams, my hand is be tired. My hands is be tired, is be itching. I ain't got that sort of time. And the sweet potatoes, listen, as a sweet potato lover, I will eat sweet potato any day. But you see them big sweet potatoes? Mr. President, Mr. Speaker, sir, I can't manage. I cannot manage. I could cook, please, and thank you very much. I just don't like to peel. Mr. Speaker, please. I just don't like to peel. Mr. Speaker, and I can cook, please, and thank you. So I like to cook healthily. So I watch all these fancy videos and that sort of stuff that I save for when I have time, hopefully, to get into the kitchen at some point in time. And I see people, Mr. Speaker, doing whole meals out of bags. They open a bag from the freezer and they put something here, and then they open another bag with the vegetables and a whole meal. Nothing ain't got peel, nothing ain't coming out fresh. Whole meals out of bags. In fact, Mr. Speaker, I went to AgriFest the other day, and I passed the Export Barbados tank, and I went in there. And Mr. Speaker, sir, I was able to sample soup out of a bag. Soup out of a bag that heated up in 10 minutes. Chicken soup, Mr. Speaker. I I was so amazed. I walked about, Mr. Speaker, sir, for the whole afternoon telling everybody about this soup that I drink from a bag. Because I never. But we have become so sophisticated. We don't want to waste time. We want the convenience of it. Our taste now is elevated. So we import. The contradiction. The contradiction. Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, Barbados imports between 77 and 80% of our food. Listen to that. 77 and 80% of our food we import. The food import bill for 2025 was $952,982,000. And that was a $93,606,000 increase on 2024. Mr. Speaker, 2025, a $93,606,000 increase on food import. Food import. So we import. But I don't know that we realize that when we import all of the cost as well. We import all of the cost. So in the context of this global challenge, we have to be able to confront what that means for that import bill, what that means for the food that we will buy at the supermarket. Mr. Speaker, our agriculture inputs as well. So we got food imports at one end, but our agriculture depends in large part on a number of inputs that are also imported. I asked the officials, the technocrats within the ministry to do some modeling for me so that I could understand what was the level of inputs in some of the food that we were producing. And Mr. Speaker, sir, I gave them a short time, but they gave me some stats that would suggest that for some of the food that we are producing here, that the inputs that come from abroad are as much as 50% and more. Because what? We have to import seeds. We have to import fertilizers. We have to import the agricultural chemicals, the pesticides, Mr. President, and equipment. And what happens, again, in the context of the war that is ongoing? Fuel costs, cost of freight, cost of insurance, all of that are knock-on costs for the agricultural sector. All of that are knock-on costs for the food import bill, for the things that we want to eat off the supermarket shelf, again, that are not made here. And so we face a challenge. And I know that as I say so, people would say, but the Ministry of Agriculture needs to do better. We got all this idle lands. The reason why we have to import is because we don't have the supplies here. What is the Ministry of Agriculture doing? You can't complain about people importing, and we don't have anything here to eat. If I don't want to cut up the yam and the sweet potato, well, y'all can do some high-level processing in order to make it easier. Mr. Speaker, sir, the ministry has been doing substantial work. The former Minister of Agriculture and Food and Nutrition Security, the Honourable Member for St. Philip South, has worked to ensure that we have a strategic crop escalation program where we have identified 16 crops. 16 crops. That when we look against those that are imported, and also what we know that our farmers can produce and produce well, that we are saying that we are going to return idle lands into production, utilizing over 1,700 acres of land to make sure that we can do these 16 crops well. That is preparation. That is not waiting for a crisis to happen. That is work that has been done. And already that work is bearing fruit. Because again, the official statistics, Mr. Speaker, sir, tells me that we have had growth in agricultural production of some 24% for 2025. 24% growth in production for 2025. We have had notable increases in key commodities, including cassava, 128%, corn by 124%, Chinese cabbage and bananas, 116 and 133%, respectively. We've also seen sweet potato production remain stable, with cassava and yams recording increases of 128% and 22%, respectively. In the livestock subsector, we have had a small growth of 3%, but growth, Mr. Speaker, nevertheless, growth. So the work is ongoing to ensure that we can have the staple crops that are going to be necessary. I met with, a week and a half ago, even as a new minister coming in to the ministry and understanding the challenge facing us with the key stakeholders. We met right here in Parliament, in the Senate chamber. And I met with them to ask, how do we face this moment? What are the priority things that we need to do together in order to face this moment? There are some, Mr. Speaker, sir, who say that we don't need to talk anymore, that we need to just plant. And that is the approach, Mr. Speaker, sir, that perhaps has us in this situation, because we need to be able to talk to make sure that we have a strategic approach in order to be able to meet the challenge appropriately. And when we met those stakeholders and we devised a plan of action that had to do with making sure that we could take stock of what were the food stores on the island. We were importing seeds, so I wanted to know what seeds we had on the island. What is our seed stock? But you want to know, Mr. Speaker? The private sector who imports the seeds, they're refusing to give us the information. We can't get the information from them. The distributors, they don't want us to know. So even though we face a national moment, we can't get the information. But that's all right. I know how to work around a curve. So I said to the officials, there have to be others. There got to be local groups. There got to be regional groups who have stocks of seeds, who know what it is that we have on the island. Go to them. And that work is being done. We import fertilizers. And I've said to them, tell me what is the fertilizer stock that we have on the island. Again, to make sure that we have adequacy of supplies. So we are doing that work, Mr. Speaker, sir, to make sure, one, that we will have an adequate planting schedule, and that the key crops that are critical will be available. But again, all of the agricultural inputs as well will also be available. But we are also innovating, Mr. Speaker, sir. When I went to AgriFest, I saw that the Black Belly Sheep Project, under Dr. McLean, had developed grass pellets. Grass pellets, Mr. Speaker, sir. So taking the grass and turn them into pellets so that when we have dry seasons, that the animals then can have feedstock. And we intend to scale up that project, not for the Ministry of Agriculture to produce, but to be able to provide accessible finance by working with the financial institutions so that, again, that ordinary Barbadians can turn this into a business venture for themselves and then begin to produce these, again, for sale. That innovation is happening.
Time flies.
Time flies?
Honourable has 2 minutes.
2 minutes. I know, in my second gear. I know, but in my second gear. I believe that. I'm feeling like I could get some time that somebody else already. Mr. Speaker, sir, I can go too fast. I can go too fast, Mr. Speaker.
Unfortunately, you don't only yield time in these presentations.
I am so guided. I am so guided, Mr. Speaker, sir. The innovation is continuing. In 2 months, we will launch an app that will allow ordinary farmers to be able to test their soil, the nutrient content for their soil, so that we would know how many nutrients and pesticides need to be able to go into the soil. Mr. Speaker, we will again, and it was spoken of, reframe the program that is called Project Care, not only to give chickens, but to provide wider inputs as well. Because I want the good people of Christchurch South to also benefit from a community farm. So we will help households, those at the lowest level. The University of the West Indies, again, I saw that they launched a landless chicken coop. Mr. Speaker, sir. A fancy contraption that is fully mechanized. The chickens lay, they got a little spout, the eggs just come out. And we will work with the Ministry of People's Empowerment to make sure, again, that those families, the lowest level, can be able to access that, and we will deliver that to households. Mr. Speaker, I want to say as I wrap up, but the contradiction or part of the equation that faces us is also at the individual level. Because perhaps we need to return to those first basics that we had during the COVID-19 pandemic. When we went back to our backyards and we used the pots that we had, and we learned how to use rainwater, and we developed little ways of feeding ourselves. And that remembered what it was, again, to go back to the land. So that as the Ministry of Agriculture holds itself accountable for delivery, that the Barbadian public as well joins this effort. Because how we face this moment and this challenge of how we feed ourselves, how we make sure that our resources don't continue to go outside, again, in this moment, so that we can deliver more for the people. It is an effort that requires all of us. It is an effort that requires households, that requires young people, and that is why the budget also as well makes way for the broad development of a beekeeping industry.
Honourable Member, you are sitting beside the Honourable Member for St. Michael East, and you are starting to take on similar patterns, which are not very conducive to having the effort to continue. So just be careful. It is not a good thing to be taking any pattern on your left from the Honourable Member for St. Michael East. Because oftentimes, he has to be asked to land his helicopter.
I've landed the helicopter. I am so guided, Mr. Speaker, sir. I thank you very much. I am very obliged. Thank you.
No, it wasn't supposed to be. It was good. It was he. It was Michael after. It changed what? Honourable Mr. Michael West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today with a deep sense of pride and humility to be able to speak in this budgetary presentation, the people's budget, given by my honourable colleague and longtime friend from the Commerce School, affectionately known as Commerce. The honourable member from Christchurch East Central. Mr. Speaker, my presence here is grounded in the trust and confidence of the good people from St. Michael West. The West is the best. It is them who sent me here to represent them in this honorable chamber, and I give them my deepest gratitude. Thank you for trusting me. Thank you for believing in me. Thank you for sticking with me. The choice is crystal clear. Mr. Speaker, the people of this country gave the Barbados Labour Party its third clean sweep at the polls. And it reminds me of the mid-90s when I used to watch basketball a lot more, and I supported the Chicago Bulls. We have entered into a rarefied era of His Earnest Michael Jordan with a three-peat. Sir, every constituency, every seat. But, Mr. Speaker, let us be clear. This comes with a tremendous responsibility. And all of us attended Freedom Park when we heard the Reverend Dr. Adrian Smith when he quoted the friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. With great power comes great responsibility. And in this house, that responsibility is not abstract. It is real. It is lived. It is felt in every household across this great nation. And as you would have heard from the honourable member from Christchurch South, and the PM likes to say this all the time, we must see people, hear people, and feel people. We must all lend our voices collectively to the mission of stability, recovery, and progress. We are entrusted with steering Barbados not only in calm times, but in times mostly in crisis. We're always in crisis mode. We must lead not only when the seas are smooth, but in rough seas. Mr. Speaker, we have navigated rough waters before, obviously. We inherited a Barbados burdened by high taxes, low growth, dwindling reserves, and rising unemployment. A Barbados where the confidence had eroded not only just at home, but overseas. The people called on us then to fix it, sir. To quote a former prime minister, we faced it and we fixed it. We answered the call. And even as we began the work of stabilization, we were confronted with one of the greatest global crises in modern history, the COVID-19 pandemic. And like a lyric song, hit after hit after hit, we had crisis after crisis after crisis. Pandemic, freak storms, Elsa, Beryl, we all know what we went through. But Mr. Speaker, did we retreat? No. Like our current president said then, and I'll say now, no retreat, no surrender. Did we make excuses? No, sir. We governed. And today, Mr. Speaker, the results speak for themselves. Our results of the stewardship is undeniable, sir. 19, you heard it from my colleagues before, 19 consecutive quarters of growth. Foreign reserves now over $3 billion. Correct me if I'm wrong, Honourable Minister of Finance. Unemployment reduced to 6.1%, the lowest in our nation's history. Debt to GDP reduced from 178 point something to 99. But the Honourable Member did say that used prices from 2016. Upon amendment to 2023 prices, that drops to 93%. Mr. Speaker, these are not abstract figures. These are markers of a country that has found its footing again. A country that has moved from crisis to stability. A country that is now ready to move from stability to sustained growth. Mr. Speaker, good governance is not just about managing numbers. It is about delivering results that the people can see, feel, and experience in their daily lives. I could tell you, before I became an MP or a minister, I had the privilege and the honor to serve as the chairman of the BTII. Then my lineman minister was the honourable member from St. Michael's South Central. And I could tell you we did some good work. We did Wyndham Samlor's Castle. We did Freedom Park. You heard the honourable member from Christchurch East Central speak about this yesterday. Our national story of struggle and deliverance. We did the Constitution River extension. We did the Kensington Oval upgrades. We did the Oystons Improvement and Renovation Project. We did the Marcus Garvey Amphitheatre. You heard the honourable member from St. Michael East speak passionately with the heart about Marcus Garvey. We also did the relocation of the Nelson statue and installation of the monument to the Barbadian family, sir. I am proud to have been able to be a part of this nation building. And Mr. Speaker, the revitalization of Bridgetown through public-private partnerships signals a bold commitment to urban renewal and economic expansion. And there's more to come for the city. The honourable member for the city would love this. And we've spoken about this together. The commitment of the Saudi Revitalization Fund, the gift from the Afro-Exim Bank, will bring along regular people in Bridgetown by uplifting their environs and their housing, sir. This is how people see and feel and touch in the development, how we bring them along with us. Mr. Speaker, we know that the body can't be good unless the heart is good. So that means our city has to be strong. Mr. Speaker, even as we celebrate progress, we must confront reality. We do not exist in a vacuum. We are a small island developing state. And that means we are vulnerable to the forces beyond control. You heard the honourable member from St. Michael North talk about things that we faced before, like 9/11, like the short-term mortgage crisis in the US. These are things that happen overseas, but we still felt the effects of these events at home. These are largely beyond our control. We face rising global energy prices driven by conflict, supply chain disruptions like what we saw with the Russia-Ukraine war right after COVID, the existential threat of climate change, inflationary pressures imported from larger economies. Mr. Speaker, Even though we did not create these problems, we must help to solve them for the sake of our people. We have batted our hand beyond our station as well on the international stage with the revolutionary and innovative debt for nature and debt for climate swap, sir. These innovative financial instruments have been vital in clearing the financial space to invest in our society to make the lives of our citizens better. This is what this budget seeks to do as well. Mr. Speaker, in navigating this environment, our mission is clear, crystal clear. We must protect our people, grow our economy, prepare our future. And that means equipping our young people with modern, relevant skills. The Prime Minister talks about this all the time. We go to bed worrying about skills that we can face this modern economy with. Investing in infrastructure, roads, bridges, drainage, tackling traffic congestion, and improving productivity, sir. Strengthening national security, building fiscal resilience, expanding opportunities for ownership, especially home ownership. Because, Mr. Speaker, at the heart of development is one simple principle: people must have a stake. And, Mr. Speaker, it would be remiss of me not to speak here today on this floor, not as the housing minister. Home ownership must not be a privilege for a few. It must be a pathway available for many. And we are pursuing that goal through expansion of the social mortgage program, de-risking mortgages through alternative credit assessments, increasing affordable housing supply, sir, providing home ownership, counseling, and education, as the Honourable Member from Christchurch East Central said in the budget, sir. Building climate-resilient homes for a changing world. Mr. Speaker, when a family owns a home, they gain more than a shelter. They gain dignity, stability, and a future helping to secure generational wealth. Mr. Speaker, this budget does so much for our country. It's amazing. On cost of living, this budget speaks directly to the pressures facing Barbadian households. It delivers real, measurable relief by absorbing 50% of fuel clause increases on electricity, caps on VAT and gasoline and diesel, reduction in excise taxes on fuel, among many. These are not symbolic gestures. These are practical interventions. These are policies designed to put money back into the pockets of Barbadians. Mr. Speaker, no society can thrive without safety. This budget takes decisive steps to establish gun courts, expansion of the police force, duty and VAT removal on home security systems, introduction of dash cams and vehicle monitoring systems, Mr. Speaker. Security is not just about enforcement. It is prevention, it is opportunity, it is engagement. Mr. Speaker, this budget is not just about relief, but about growth as well. It supports agriculture through rebates and incentives, small businesses through expanding financing, digital transformation and skills training, the establishment of a competition commission, and the Green Industrialization Gateway Advantage. Mr. Speaker, perhaps the most powerful element of this budget is its investment in the future of our country. You heard the Honourable Member to my right from St. James North speak about this, the Global Youth Fund. Because the truth is, as he said, his experiences that he had overseas helped him to grow as an individual so that he can bring back more to his country in which he serves. This gives international exposure for our students. And of course, Mr. Speaker, the Barbados Republic Child Wealth Fund. Mr. Speaker, I imagine a Barbados where every child begins life not just with hope, but with capital. That is transformation. That is vision. But, Mr. Speaker, let us have an honest conversation. Government cannot do everything. Development is a partnership, and we as citizens must do our part. We must be productive, reduce waste, support each other, care for our families, respect our elders, prepare for adversity, protect our properties from adverse weather events, look after our own health and well-being. Because resilience is not just built in policy, it is built in us. Mr. Speaker, in closing, I reflect on the journey of this nation from our colonial past to an independent country to a republic. We have always risen. We have always endured. We have always found a way. And now, in our 60th year of independence and 5 years of a republic, we stand at a new frontier. A Barbados that is stronger, smarter, and more resilient. And Mr. Speaker, as we continue to write on history's pages, let us do so with purpose. Let us do so with unity. Let us do so with pride. Borrowing from the late President John F. Kennedy, with a personal twist. Let us not ask what our country can do for us, but what we can do for ourselves, for our families, for our communities, what we can do for our great country, Barbados. Mr. Speaker, again, I commend this budget to this honorable House, and I pray that God continues to bless this great nation. I am obliged to you.
Honourable Member for the City of Bridgetown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Your mic on? Your mic is on?
My apologies, sir. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. First, let me thank the people of the city for reposing their confidence in me and, of course, voting in numbers for me on the last election. I want to say from the outset that this is my maiden speech. As a member of the Barbados Labour Party, sir. I was so excited, sir, that I went to town and I got a new red tie, sir. And even walked with a red folder, too, sir. But be that as it may, sir, I want to thank the Barbados Labour Party for accepting me. And indeed, also, I want to thank the Prime Minister for reposing her confidence in me and making me a member of her cabinet. And I want to say, too, that I also want to thank the Minister of Finance. In fact, last night I was so excited. And when I look at page 85 of the budget, stands subject to correction, so attracted. So attracted. And indeed, sir, now about the trains. And I want to compliment the Minister of Finance for a comprehensive presentation and a brilliant presentation yesterday. Hear, hear. Sir, if you may permit me, sir, I also want to pay my sympathy to a young lady who campaigned with me throughout the elections. If you permit me to call her name, Deborah Gamble. She worked from the time I was nominated to the time we went to Oystins in the presentation of candidates. And so I want to express my condolences to her family. And of course, she didn't have to do it. She was not obligated legally to do it, to come out and canvass with me, but she did it out of love. And she was a genuine and caring person. So on behalf of the people in the city, I want to express my condolences to her. And so when they said I was attracted, sir, to the Minister of Finance proposal, sir, it's about bringing about, sir, some revitalization of Bridgetown, sir. And when during the campaign, I said to people in certain communities that don't let anybody call your community a ghetto. And that you have some sort of, that you have dignity and you have pride. And sir, I'm not attracted to this proposal, sir, out of a political advantage or electoral advantage, sir. I'm attracted to it because of the love and the care, and of course the generosity that the people in the city exhibited towards me, sir. And I believe, sir, that they deserve their just due. And if they're just due, sir, is in the fact of a government, sir, placing in a program, sir, particularly with respect to those areas, sir, if I mention them, Caps Castle, Greenfield, sir, Nelson and Wellington Streets, Chapman Lane, sir, and its environs, sir, then, sir, I have to support it wholeheartedly, sir. Baxter's Road, sir, Mason Hall Street, sir. And I'm pleased to know, sir, that the project will start, sir, in Chapman Lane, sir, because I know of the conditions in Chapman Lane, sir. And I know the conditions that they live under, too, sir. And the fact, too, sir, that I've had the Ministry of Housing under another administration. I've read report after report, sir. In fact, there's a report laid in this Parliament, sir, I believe in the 1990s, about the condition of housing in Barbados, sir. A survey was done. And when you read, sir, when you read that report, sir, it speaks about the quality and condition of the housing stock in Bridgetown, sir, and in St. Michael area, sir. And so if we, sir, or this government, sir, is seeking to advance the whole principle and concept of urban renewal, sir, I will support it, sir. I will support it, sir. I'm informed, sir, that this proposal, sir, is seeking to upgrade housing in the district, sir. And, sir, we must, sir, upgrade housing in those districts, sir. I canvass, sir, the areas, sir. I canvass all of those areas in the city, sir. Of course, and they had, the conditions were bad, sir. And that what, sir, when we are seeking, sir, to implement this program, particularly upgrading housing, sir, there are 4 or 5 principles that we got to look at, sir, or what characterize housing in the city, sir, or in St. Michael, sir. 1, sir, we have persons living on land, and the lands don't have any owners, sir. You have people living, sir, renting at the events and fancy, sir, of the landlords, sir. Thirdly, sir, we have persons, sir, who will never afford to get a mortgage, or in fact, sir, never afford to buy a piece of land, sir, and we have to accommodate them too, sir. Thirdly, sir, there are some persons too, sir, who will never be able, sir, to own a piece of rock in this country, sir. So, and there are persons, sir, living on land that they are entitled to under the particular legislation, sir, and they can't get the land title, sir. But of course, I know, sir, that the Ministry of Housing is in the forefront, sir, of escalating, sir, and trying to get, sir, title in the hands of people in Barbados, particularly in the urban corridors, sir. But I support this initiative, sir, One, imagine, sir, you bring all of this activity to the city. One, the employment benefits, sir. Imagine, sir, youngsters, I am ready, sir, to get my constituents ready, to have town hall meetings, to get implementation dates, sir, to set up a committee, to get, sir, the laborers, to get the vendors, to get, sir, the elderly, to get all of those persons, sir, probably sit on the committee to catapult this project forward, sir. And so I imagine, sir, the benefits, sir, to the shop owners in the city too, sir, when the project like this starts, sir. I imagine too, sir, the benefits, sir, to vendors too, sir. And you imagine it, sir. And it's something, sir, that is real, sir. And it's something, sir, that I, sir, wholeheartedly support, sir. And I want, again, to thank the Minister of Finance, sir. And you know, Bob Marley, sir, in his song said, I have so many things to say, sir. So many things to say, so much things to say, sir. And I know I have to, sir, to deal with the criminal justice system and crime. But I have to deal, sir, with my constituents, sir. Because, sir, they have placed me here. And so when we go on, sir, to look, sir, at housing, sir, in the cities. One of, sir, of the problems, sir, is the availability of land space in the urban corridors, sir. And how do we maximize the uses of land in the urban corridors, sir? And there's a solution to it, sir. One, sir. There are crown lands, sir, that are available in the urban corridor. Secondly, sir, there are also lands that have identified, sir. But of course, that is subject, sir, to the approval of other agencies, sir. But I have identified house spots. And that if we are seeking, sir, to deal with the issue of housing, sir, in St. Michael and the city, sir, we have, sir, to look at high-rise solutions, sir. We have to, sir. I know, sir, that there are some shortcomings, sir, of the high-rising solutions in the past, sir. But I believe we learn from our mistakes, sir. And we could further, sir, build out this high-rising unit, sir, for the people, sir, in the city, sir. And so, sir, in relation, sir, to the funds, sir, that will come from the investors as a result of the Planning and Obligations Act, sir. Those funds, sir, in fact, the Minister of Finance said that there will be $7 million into urban development fund, sir. That is progressive, sir. Because not only housing is an issue, sir, but the issue of drainage, sir, the issue of facilities, sir, for young people to recreate, sir, and other amenities, sir. And if we are seeking, sir, to confront, sir, antisocial behavior, sir, we obviously will need, sir, some more injections, sir, into community efforts and institutions, sir, within the city, sir. So I am so glad for this, sir. As I said, not only out of political advantage or out of any future electoral advantage, sir. I'm for it, sir, because for the people, sir, of the city, sir, and out of a genuine care and love for the people of the city, sir, because I understand their rhythm, sir, and I understand how they move, sir, and I understand how they talk. I understand, sir, how their role, to use the young people language, sir, respectfully, sir. Sir, I have responsibility, sir, for criminal justice, sir, and citizen security, sir. The establishment, sir, of 2 gun courts in this country, sir, is a move in the right direction, sir. And so when I glance through the paper, sir, and I see on the next side of me somebody saying, we don't need a gun court, we need a drug court, sir. And the person masquerading as a criminologist, sir. So I have never come across a book, a research paper, sir, with that person's name on it as a criminologist, sir. I have never heard, and I've never seen it, sir. Never, sir. It's like, sir, you being a lawyer, sir. You're a lawyer. And somebody gonna bring a law made simple book to you instead of an Archbold or Blackstone, sir. You imagine that, Mr. Speaker, sir? But we must treat that service with kind respect, sir. The issue, sir, is of immediate intervention, sir. And, sir, if I may crave your indulgence, sir. In fact, sir, you know, I came across a case called Jerome Bavell and the Queen, sir.
Yes, sir.
You're familiar with that, sir?
The locus classic.
Locus classic case, sir, on sentencing, sir,
for gun-related crimes.
But they don't want to use this case, sir, for any legal argument, sir, respectfully, sir. But I want to use it, sir, for the discussion, sir, that took place in this case. Sir. Because the reason why the Firearms Act was amended, sir, I think in 1998, is because, sir, we had an upsurge in gun violence. And the Chief Justice at the time, sir, the Attorney General at the time, I think that was Sir David Simmons, as he then was, introduced and amend serious penalties for persons who were involved in firearm-related offenses, sir. That was in 1998, sir. What happened thereafter, sir, is that there was a reduction in offenses in relation to firearm-related offenses, sir. And I draw, sir, from, I want to draw, sir, from what was said in this discussion. The Chief Justice at the time said, sir, there is no right for any ordinary citizens of Barbados to bear arms. There's no right to bear arms, sir. It has been totally, sir, he said, sir, he said, that is against the cultural norms of this country, sir, for people to be brandishing firearms and using it, sir, in a way, sir, to harm and disturb the peace, sir, of this country, sir. And this discussion, sir, will set, sir, the platform, sir, for the introduction, sir, of two gun courts. We cannot afford, sir, to sit back and play dead with respect, sir, to gun violence in this country, sir. We can't, sir. The impact, sir, that I have on families, sir. Not only, sir, the accused person, sir, who then will have to serve a time of imprisonment, but the impact, sir, it will have on their dependents too, sir. A son or a daughter, sir. And the impact, sir, it will have on the victim too, sir. That they too have dependents, sir, a son or daughter, sir. That no become a burden, sir, of the state, sir. And secondly, sir, the impact it will have on investors. The impact it will have on our tourism, sir. And the fact, sir, that even local shops, sir, are sometimes shutting early because, sir, of the fear, sir, respectfully, sir. And we ask ourselves why we need two gun courts. What is the strategy behind it, sir? Will it be part, sir, of the existing system, sir, criminal justice system in this country, sir? I say, sir, that we have, sir, to develop, sir, a firm criminal justice strategy, sir. A firm criminal justice strategy. But the criminal justice strategy, sir, must be characterized, sir, by fairness, sir, respect, sir, for the rights under the Constitution, sir. But indeed, sir, what must also take place, sir, in the criminal justice strategy, sir, is making, sir, our courts more efficient, sir. And to engage, sir, stakeholders, all stakeholders who are critical component of the criminal justice system, sir, to be involved, sir. So what would the gun court do? What would it do, sir? I am informed, sir, respectfully, sir, that one court will deal with matters firearm-related offenses, sir, from January this year up, sir. I'm also informed, sir, that those files are about 95% ready, sir. So once the gun court is established, sir, it would have, sir, the necessary tools. Or let me say, when the lawyer is to be paid, sir, the gas, sir, to work, sir. The gas to work, sir. But, sir, how can we make it efficient, sir? The problem, sir, in the criminal justice system, sir, that plague the criminal justice system is timely disclosure, sir. We know that, sir. As, sir, you leading defense attorney, sir, know that. Sir. But how do we, sir, come to that, sir? One, sir, we have to look, sir, at whether we could look at bringing members from society, sir, of good repute, sir, to work along, sir, with the police, sir, to get these files ready, sir, from charge up, sir, to indictment up to trial, sir. And, sir, I have an issue, sir, if the delays in the criminal justice system with respect, sir, to firearm-related offenses. Because, sir, as you know well, sir, if a man is charged for possession of a firearm, sir, you only need 4 statements, sir. 4 statements, sir. 1, the investigating officer. Secondly, sir, we don't need the backup officer. We just need, sir, the ballistic expert who will come, sir, and give his specialized evidence, sir. Thirdly, sir, we need the keeper of records, sir, to come. And fourthly, sir, if there's an interview on camera, sir, we need that. 4 statements, sir, to start a trial of firearm. And 4 cases, 4 statements, sir, cannot take 2 years, 3 years, or a year, or 6 months, sir. But our approach to the gun court, sir, is to ensure, sir, that those files are ready. We have timely disclosure, sir, to attorneys or all stakeholders, sir, and we will have swift justice, sir. But swift justice, sir, will also entail fairness, sir, respectfully, sir, because they don't want the public to go out there and say, look, they're pushing these matters, and they're pushing these things because they want to lick and lock up. It's not that, sir. Our approach, sir, is one of fairness, sir, and that is one of the hallmarks, sir, of our criminal justice system, sir, in this country, sir. I want to say, sir, that this gun court, respectfully, will follow, sir, the Jamaica model. I will not go into the details, sir. I will leave it, sir, to the Attorney General, but I will not go into the details, sir. But I can say, sir, that my research tells me, sir, that when Jamaica established a gun court, sir, their gun court, it resulted in a reduction in crime, sir. Immediate reduction in crime, sir. That is what my research tells me. From the time it was set up, sir, that is what my research tells me, sir. And so, the other gun court, respectfully, sir, will deal with the backlogs. So the existing backlog in the system now, sir, will be dealt with by the second gun court, sir. I have no issue, sir, with specialized courts. I have no issue, sir, with that, sir. We need specialized courts. We need, sir, also specialist prosecutors too, sir. Particularly, sir, in the area, sir, of financial crime, sir, respectfully, sir. We need that, sir. And so this gun court, sir, is established, sir, against a background, sir, that was laid by the former Attorney General, sir. Because if one wants to say, sir, or if, sir, anybody wants to challenge this government with respect to bringing initiatives, sir, to fight crime, sir, then, sir, we can read them off our tongue, sir. Because I know, sir, that there was an increase in judges in the High Court, sir. I know, sir, that there was an increase, sir, in prosecutors in the department, sir. I know, sir, that there were amendments to the Bail Act, sir, to make bail not only difficult, sir, but it also included provisions, sir, that respected the right, sir, of a person's right to liberty, sir. I know, sir, that there were amendments to the Firearm Act, too, sir. That was done by this government, sir, to make it more difficult, sir, and in fact to introduce stiffer penalties for firearm offenses, sir. So the foundation is there, sir. And this is following on, sir, on the foundation, sir, with respect, sir, to what this government did, sir, in the previous term, sir. I want to say, sir, that, and I spoke to the Minister of Finance, sir, that important, sir, to the criminal justice system, sir, is the reintroduction of the forensic scientist, sir. I'm awaiting, sir, word, sir, from the Minister of Finance, sir. But it is crucial, sir, and it's a crucial component of the criminal justice system, sir, because I always say to myself, and I believe that you will support me too, Mr. Speaker, that in some instances, sir, scientific evidence can help in the backlog of cases. Because if a man is charged, sir, and scientific evidence come to the court, sir, linking him to the crime, sir, there is a possibility, sir, that he will take a plea and not waste the court time, sir, and that we can get rid, sir, of the backlog, sir, by reintroduction, sir, because police officers have now to send, sir, samples overseas, sir. And sometimes, sir, those samples the findings of those samples don't even come back, sir. And so that is why I'm looking across at the Minister of Finance, because they have responsibility, sir, for the forensic scientists, sir. And it is a critical component, sir, of the criminal justice system, sir. I don't see it, sir, from the point of view, sir, that you're seeking to get convictions, sir. I also see it from the other end, too, sir. Because if policemen, sir, or prosecutors believe that they can prosecute someone, sir, and we have findings from a sample, sir, suggesting that he's not committed to the crime or conducted the crime, sir, then the case will have to go. And that will help, sir, in the backlog, sir. That will help in the backlog, sir. But it also, sir, will go back, sir, to what the foundation of what was placed there, sir, in the criminal justice system. You know, sir, that this government introduced plea bargaining legislation, sir. You know, sir, that this government also, sir, introduced judge-alone trials too, sir. I mean, these initiatives, sir, will help, sir, in the backlog with respect to the criminal justice system, sir. But we have, sir, to also look at our crime prevention strategies. You know, sir, when I raised the issue of the 16 to 25 age group, sir, when I raised that, sir, in relation to pointing and targeting a criminal justice strategy towards them, sir, I was serious, sir. Because I not too long come out of the system, sir. I know, sir, that there were 16-year-olds, sir, involved in some very serious crimes. Not only murder, sir, but also firearm-related offenses, sir. But then then somebody out the blue come and say, but you ain't talk about those under 16, sir. But in the estimate, sir, I made sure I made an intervention, sir. And I asked, sir, what about the early intervention process, sir? And the Ministry of Education gave me an answer which I was satisfied of, sir. Particularly the person wasn't listening to the estimates. In fact, they have no locus in listening because, of course, you know, they were wiped out during the last election, sir. But let me say this, sir. That the 16 to 25 age group, sir, that my ministry, sir, will be introducing programs targeting that group, sir. Because we want to move them away, sir, as far as possible from persons who are connected to the criminal justice system, sir. We must save them, sir. We must speak also to the parents, too, sir. And the parents, they have a responsibility, sir. I was playing dominoes in my constituency on Saturday, sir. I shared 1-6 love. And then, sir, after the first 6 love.
Honourable, somebody was asking you a question.
Oh, sir?
Someone was asking you, I know if the question, Honourable, I don't know if it's a rhetorical question, but ask you if you get any.
Sir, we will say, sir, that is a matter, sir, that I don't think I should respond to, sir. It doesn't touch and concern the subject matter respectfully.
Answered.
What is the real answer, yes or no?
Sir, what happened, sir, is that after they realized they came from St. Philip and the city, sir, and gave some fellas up there 6 love, they went somewhere else, sir. I imported, sir, some professional domino players, sir. So I have one at my left hand, sir, and one at my right hand, sir. But I'm going back this Saturday, sir, to make wrong things right, sir. No, I'm not going to get beat worse. But, sir, we must ensure, sir, or implore upon parents in this country, sir, that they have a responsibility, sir, because the government cannot do all, sir. And if we are speaking about a whole-of-nation approach, we, sir, must include every single person. The parents, sir, the community workers, the churches, sir, the groups, the religious groups, sir, the youth clubs, sir, and work, sir, with other agencies and all other ministries, sir, because we have not only to confront this, sir, on seeking to enforce measures, sir, but we must also seek, sir, to prevent them, sir, from being contaminated, sir, by the criminal elements in this country, sir. I want to say this, sir, that the National Peace Program, sir, we, sir, will work along, sir, with communities, as it's done before, and they've done some good work. They've done good work, sir. But somebody might ask, after the football and the cricket, what else? And that is what we are working on, sir. They've done good work. And they have succeeded, sir, in pulling back, sir, some of the young people from being in contact with the criminal justice system, sir. Sir, one important thing, sir, or one important stakeholder in the criminal justice system is the Barbados Police Service. And we, sir, my ministry, sir, we intend to give them the fullest of support. In relation, sir, to the area of technology, sir. In the area, sir, of making it, sir, efficient for them in terms of evidence gathering, sir. Providing, sir, the tools, sir, to do their job, sir. But the tools is not, sir, only related, sir, to case management, sir, and evidence gathering, sir. But the tools also means improved working conditions, sir, for the police officers, sir. And that is why, sir, a new station will be done at 6 Roads in St. Philip, sir. My former area, but still my area. And in that, sir, we'll have, sir, the latest of technology, sir, to give, sir, the police the advantage, to give them the leverage, sir. And I must always say this because when they said, sir, that the police must be able to do their job aggressively, sir, somebody said, you want them to infringe the people's constitutional rights. Let me make it clear, sir, that it must be done, sir, in a transparent manner, sir, with due regard, sir, to due process of the law, sir, and the respect, sir, to a suspect constitutional rights, respectfully, sir. I have to put that cover over it, sir, respectfully. And so, I am also, sir, pleased to announce, sir, that only last week, sir, that I was informed by my ministry that land, sir, is now available, sir, for the construction, sir, of a new Black Rock police station, sir. I am also, sir, informed too, sir, that work, sir, will continue at Central Police Station, sir, and at District Air Police Station, sir. And, sir, you know, sir, as a practitioner, sir, that you had, sir, and still, sir, will travel to these stations, sir, to see your clients, sir. And you recognize, sir, the conditions, sir, that exist in those stations, sir. And so, we have, sir, and we are duty-bound, sir. We are duty-bound to ensure that those conditions are improved, sir, that those stations that we call upon, sir. And I would say, sir, that we have, sir, a date for the opening of 6 Roads, for the launching, sir, of the 6 Roads Police Station and Civic Center, sir. We were given a date, sir, in June, sir, for the launching, sir, of that station, sir.
Honourable Member, you have 2 minutes.
2 more minutes, sir. Can I ask, sir, on a plate to you, sir, for an extension of time, sir?
No, unfortunately, no, that does not exist here. Those are prescribed by the standing order, so you can't apply to me. They're applicable to these standing orders. They comply.
Yes, sir.
I comply.
But we might have a
with-
discussion respectfully on that, sir. Respectfully in the future, sir.
I mean, have what?
We can have a discussion on it respectfully in the future, sir. I'm not seeking to usurp your functions.
No, but in the future, but not now.
In the future.
But not now. Not in the future. You have used up 1 minute of your time, sir.
Sir. Sir, I want to say to the people of Barbados, sir, that this country, sir, is serious, sir, about confronting, sir, the escalation in crime. I'm very serious, sir, about modernization, sir, of the police force, modernization, sir, of the criminal justice system, sir. And I want to say this, sir, in closing, sir. We cannot, sir, look to improve the criminal justice system, sir, without, sir, looking seriously, sir, at the magistrate's court, sir. That is the first, sir, contact, sir, that a person who is charged, sir, the first judicial officer that a suspect go before, sir, is a magistrate, sir. And it's from there, sir, that the High Court and discount court, sir, will be fed, sir, the committal proceedings. So we can't, sir, leave it like that, sir, in how is that existing, sir? We have to modernize it, sir. You have to use technology, sir. You have to do case management at the magistrate's court, sir. We have, sir, to even use, sir, Zoom hearings too, sir, at the magistrate's court, sir. Sir, when I was in Tortola, I was the most surprised man, sir, that I got a list in my email, case management, sir, from magistrate's court. Normally in Barbados, sir, you want to get case management from the court, sir. So what it is that we can't do it here, sir, in Barbados, sir. And that is the foundation of our criminal justice system, sir. The magistrate's court is the foundation of our criminal justice system, sir. And we have, sir, to seek to improve it and enhance it, sir. Whether by technology, sir, or by systems, sir, we can make it efficient, sir. I, sir, don't want to use the word in conclusion yet, sir.
You probably don't have to use it. I can use it for you.
I want to move, sir, respectfully, sir. That again, I want, sir, to associate myself, sir, with the proposal, sir, by the Honourable Minister of Finance, sir. I'm so, sir, so glad, sir, for the people of the city, sir. And I will walk with them, sir. Come this weekend, sir, I will go in Cat's Castle. I will go in Greenfield, sir. And I will tell them, look, what this government is doing for you, sir. Your lot will be improved. You will get your just due. I know, sir, sometimes for them, life seems brutish, nasty, and short, sir. But, sir, Thomas Hobbes. But, sir, this now comes, sir. This proposal now comes, sir, really, sir, as a savior for their standard of living, sir, for their future, sir, and indeed their children's future, sir. Sir, if you are minded, sir, to let me move on, sir, to the other aspect of my speech, sir, I, sir, will be extremely grateful to you, sir, respectfully, sir. But if you're not so minded, sir, if you're not so minded, sir, I will take my seat, sir, and I will thank you, sir, for obliging me respectfully, sir.
Please, sir, I beg the suspension of this chamber until 20 minutes past 5 o'clock.
The question is that this honorable chamber be suspended until 20 minutes after 5. All those honorable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Me think the ayes have it. This honorable chamber stands suspended until 20 after 5. This sitting is resumed. Honourable Member St. Michael West Central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, let me start by once again thanking the constituents of St. Michael West Central for reposing their confidence in me and sending me back to this honorable chamber to represent their interests and also to contribute to the development of Barbados as their duly elected representative. Mr. Speaker, the constituents know that I enjoy canvassing and love to do so. And of course, when you serve as a Minister of Tourism and International Transport, oftentimes you find yourself with a very hectic travel schedule, and from time to time you have to improvise. But notwithstanding that, Mr. Speaker, I think that the constituents in their numbers once again decided that I should return to this place and of course serve them, and of course with the Prime Minister appointing me or reappointing me as a Minister of Tourism. But I want to say that to them that I am eternally grateful for their support, and I will continue to ensure that I give of my very best, not only in this chamber, not only as a minister responsible for tourism and international transport, but certainly as their duly elected representative. And that what worked for me in the past, like I said, notwithstanding my very hectic travel schedule, that I will continue to walk and meet with them and talk with them and do what I enjoy doing most, that is my house-to-house visits. So I have, Mr. Speaker, to put that into the record of Parliament, because without the good people of St. Michael West Central, I would not have been afforded the opportunity to be here. But, Mr. Speaker, I also want to take this opportunity to commend and certainly congratulate the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central, the Minister of Finance, of course, on the high-caliber budgetary presentation that he delivered yesterday. Solid at his words, with an enduring progress based on his training as an economist. And one of the reasons why, Mr. Speaker, it's particularly impressive is because he, in his first efforts since becoming the Minister of Finance in his own right, and there's no doubt about it, that he has risen to the high demands and expectations of the office, as you would have seen, and entire Barbados would have seen as he displayed in his presentation. There can be no doubt whatsoever in what I best describe as his maiden political test innings, that is, as the Minister of Finance, because we know before that he would have delivered a budget when he was Minister in the ministry. But on this occasion, he delivered what I consider to be an extraordinary performance. And I must tell you that the people of St. Michael West Central, and he knows most of them well, have asked me to convey their congratulations to him for his inspiration, the content of the budget, and certainly for ensuring that he helped to ease the burden. Mr. Speaker, I believe that the Member of Parliament for Christchurch East Central has certainly deserved his well-earned promotion through the heavy lifting and his years of, almost 6 years actually, in the Ministry of Finance, helping the Prime Minister, the Honourable Member for St. Michael Northeast, and certainly the Honourable Member for St. Michael South Central. Let me confess that you might add that I have a personal bias because, like him, we grew up and we had childhood days in the Long Yaps, Spoonsill area. So you can well imagine the fact that when I tell you that the people, particularly of 3rd and 4th Avenues, Long Gap, who still remember him to this day, would have commended him for the outstanding job that he did. As a matter of fact, I am so pleased with his presentation, but it's not only me. that earlier today, when I attended the first quarterly meeting of the Barbados Hotel and Tourism Association, the Barbados Hotel and Tourism Association membership congratulated the Minister of Finance, the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central, on his budget leadership. In fact, to quote the BHTA chairman, he said in his remarks that it was a balanced budget, and I agree with him sincerely. And I might also add that the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central happened to be in the area, and he made an impromptu appearance at the meeting, and so impressed were the members of the Barbados Hotel and Tourism Association that they asked him, without even giving him the opportunity to prepare, to say a few words. And of course, Mr. Speaker, you know that he equipped himself very well. So I want to say that, as always, that he's a man of the people, for the people, and a man who continues to display the traits of compassion and the traits that so many of us who come to public life should display. I want to say, Mr. Speaker, that there are some people who come to public life, they come to public life to make a difference. And I must tell you that the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central continues to make a lasting contribution and an impression. It is therefore not surprising that when the Honourable Member contested the last general election, even though he has a very, very, very busy schedule, that the people of Christchurch East Central return him not only to this Parliament, but return him to this chamber with a rounding and substantially increased majority. And that is the measure of the man. I wish, Mr. Speaker, to say thanks to him again for his consistent willingness to use his skills, to use his training to further the efforts and the objectives of my ministry. Because make no mistake about it, when you sit down with the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central as the Minister of Finance, he's exacting and he's demanding, but he's also very open to ideas. And one thing I must say about him, he's always very supportive of the process. And the objective clearly within the Ministry of Tourism and International Transport is not only to have benefits trickling down through, but also pouring through to those who can help us to transform tourism in Barbados, and therefore down through to the rest of society. And I have to commend him for that. Mr. Speaker, there's certainly the objective as we continue in the ministry to continue to build out tourism for all in Barbados. Tourism concessions is not only for a handful, not only for big operators, Mr. Speaker, but tourism concessions are for all persons who wish to get involved, don't matter their size. Like I said, whether you're small, whether you're medium-sized, or whether you're a big operator. And the contents, Mr. Speaker, of the budget relating to tourism and international transport ministry are by no means the product of a knee-jerk reaction to what is happening globally. These matters have been discussed with the Ministry of Finance, but they are really policies that are designed to flow very carefully through the development and the implementation of strategies and tactics that allow us to continue to build out and to grow tourism in this community, but also, Mr. Speaker, to respond effectively to what is happening within the international arena. Mr. Speaker, we would have seen going back all the way through to COVID, that if there's one sector that can respond with alacrity, that is the sector of tourism. Make no mistake about that, Mr. Speaker. No industry or business can truly say to be immune or disconnected from the impact of what is happening globally. But the tourism sector, Mr. Speaker, is one such sector. And I can always tell you that in times of crisis, the tourism sector can rebound. It rebounds confidently and is grown. And as I will demonstrate later in my presentation, that even when we look at the post-pandemic period, you can see a Barbados economy growing from strength to strength, notwithstanding what we were faced with. And like I said, it rebounded faster than any other economic activity in this country. But Mr. Speaker, the Barbados Labour Party administration has consistently lowered taxes in this country for all taxpayers across all tax bands. And why I have to go back to this point, Mr. Speaker, because you will hear from time to time that there are persons who would wish to give the impression that the Barbados Labour Party has not tried its best to insulate and to protect people. But this budget, Mr. Speaker, and consistent budgets from the time we took office in 2018 has demonstrated the Barbados Labour Party's commitment not only to a better life for people, but to ensure that we shield people and we protect Barbadians. And the budget has clearly demonstrated that when you look at the reverse tax credit, Mr. Speaker, the increase from $1,300 to $1,700 for persons earning up to $25,000, that is a government that is caring, but a government that is also compassionate about its responsibility. When you look, Mr. Speaker, at the fact that the reverse tax credit will increase from $25,000 to $35,000, or a credit of $750 for income year 2025, benefiting, Mr. Speaker, as the Minister of Finance indicated, over 17,000 taxpayers. The cost of living credit of $100 per month for persons who don't have any pensions whatsoever must be commended, Mr. Speaker. Can you imagine what it's like that you don't have any income and a government comes to Parliament through a budget presentation and makes the point, notwithstanding your situation, we have a responsibility to ensure we protect you, and therefore you will benefit from the cost of living credit of $100 per month. Mr. Speaker, even the welfare beneficiaries will also get the $100 a month benefit. And I can tell you that there are people in my constituency who have contacted me and have told me that the budget was not only a good budget, but then when they look and see the benefits and what the government is trying to do to shield and to protect Barbadians and protect them, that they feel so happy. That is why I can stand here and tell you that the people of St. Michael West Central sends not only their kind regards to him, but they thank the Honourable Member for Christchurch Central for all that he has done. And Mr. Speaker, the measures are designed, like I said, to insulate, but to help ease the burden. And when you have a government that is so compassionate and so caring, that has so implemented policies to protect the people, its people in a society, it tells you the story about how compassionate the Barbados Labour Party continues to be. But the benefits were not only designed at the level of the individual, Mr. Speaker, because I can go on, and I'm not going to recite it because members have talked about the cap in terms of fuel costs and implications to ease the burden, not only for Barbadians, but for businesses. But, Mr. Speaker, when you look at the measures announced yesterday, and particularly for the ministry that I have responsibility for, I can tell you that those concessions will go a long way. Let's take a look at them, Mr. Speaker. The automatic 3-year extension for all tourism properties with concessions under the Tourism Development Act for additional 3 years. Mr. Speaker, those that will expire this year will have now an opportunity to continue with that benefit for 3 years. And that benefit helps to keep not only the product going, but it also helps us to maintain the quality. The rental car companies, I'm sure, Mr. Speaker, as they said, they are very happy because you have a Minister of Finance who came to the chamber yesterday and announced that approved rental car companies will become eligible for duty excise and VAT exemptions on hybrid and electric vehicles and the associated charging infrastructure every 4 years. The rental car companies will also be designated as tourism service providers under the Tourism Levy Act. The reduction in VAT, Mr. Speaker, for car rental companies, moving the VAT from 17.5% to 10%. Mr. Speaker, when you look at the standalone restaurants, you recall that in March of 2025, the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central announced the implementation of access to duty-free concessions under the Tourism Development Act for protein and wines, Mr. Speaker. But in this budget, as a continuation of the program, they will now, all those standalone restaurants will now benefit from spirits, duty-free access to spirits under the proposals, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the fact that the Caribbean, the regional market is growing for tourism, and we have to ensure that we continue to grow that sector. The Minister of Finance has relaxed and reduced, I should say, the regional tax, the taxes imposed for regional travel from US $35 to US $20 from July 1st until June of 2027. But Mr. Speaker, you may ask, why am I reciting these budgetary initiatives? I have, Mr. Speaker, to recite these budgetary initiatives because these initiatives are set out not only to maintain quality in all tourism establishments across Barbados, allow the sector, Mr. Speaker, to remain competitive. And I haven't forgotten, Mr. Speaker, and I know a little bit about it, because oftentimes people see tourism products and believe that they're making a lot of money. But if they were to know otherwise, they'd probably be shocked. Mr. Speaker, is not only to reduce the burden of taxation, but it's also important that we increase visitor spend and that we create more employment opportunities for people, and we, by extension, Mr. Speaker, increase economic activity across Barbados. And Mr. Speaker, even though we're doing all of this, we still have to ensure that we build out the tourism sector. And Mr. Speaker, whether those detractors want to hear or not, it has to be said that Barbados has benefited from robust year-on-year growth, not only in record earnings, Mr. Speaker, and arrivals, but there have also investments coming in Barbados as a result of the records that we are setting in tourism, that investors are investing more than $1 billion in Barbados in tourism products in the sector, Mr. Speaker. There's no denying that. And across Barbados, Mr. Speaker, you can see it. You can see the construction of hotels, the construction of villas, the opening of new restaurants and construction of some. And you can see as you move around Barbados, not only are you seeing the construction activity, Mr. Speaker, but you're also witnessing the opening of new hotels in Barbados. I've said in the Well of Parliament that Indigo has just opened there, Mr. Speaker, and if you go and ask them the occupancy, they will probably tell you the occupancy. And we have very shortly, as I indicated again in the Well, that you will have another 28 all-suite luxury property, Blue Monkey, being opened in Barbados later this year. And if I add Royalton, Venice, and the Royalton property that will be open, I'm told, at least in the summer, it tells you the story. People don't invest money in a country if they don't have confidence, Mr. Speaker. People don't invest money in the country if you don't have airlift. And people certainly don't go and invest money in a country where they do not believe they will get not only return, but their investment will suffice. But will survive. So I tell you, Mr. Speaker, that the growth is not only limited to hotels and restaurants. The individual Barbadians, Mr. Speaker, as I speak to you, who are also expanding and getting into the vacation rental pool. They're also building out accommodation in the vacation rental sector because they too have seen the benefit and they are realizing, Mr. Speaker, the benefit of progressive tourism policies. And Mr. Speaker, it is being felt across Barbados. If you look at tourism in 2025, we've had a 3.3% increase year on year in record arrivals. For the last calendar year 2025, Barbados has had 729,310 long-stay visitors visiting this country, Mr. Speaker, with an increase in the growth of occupancy. And I say to you, Mr. Speaker, people can play a numbers game with arrivals because they used to do that before. But if I tell you that the earnings from this sector have also grown and grown substantially, $1.869 billion in 2022, Mr. Speaker, full year for me in 2023, $2.3 billion. Mr. Speaker, in 2024, $2.732 billion, Mr. Speaker. You don't have the information for 2025, but I'm sure we will get that information soon. But I do not expect any surprises, Mr. Speaker. So, the increase in earnings, Mr. Speaker, it's good to talk about increase in earnings, but what is being felt across Barbados? You have a situation where we're reducing seasonality. We're not there yet, but we're trying hard to get there. We're creating more opportunities for persons working directly in the health sector, not to be put on short time for a prolonged period, not to be sent home or to be laid off. Persons, when we earn more money, those who benefit from a service charge, Mr. Speaker, will also have the opportunity to earn more service charge. And if you are on the west coast of Barbados, you know what the service charge pay is like, Mr. Speaker. You will be shocked, Mr. Speaker, to know what the service charge pay is like in those establishments. So the success is not about numbers, Mr. Speaker. It is about touching the lives of people. It is about ensuring that we build out this country and that we, as I continuously say, that we continue to build out tourism earnings, and those earnings not trickle down, but flow through, Mr. Speaker, all across the society. And that is what I'm about. But, Mr. Speaker, airlift has also caused us to go into growth mode, and that is a fact. We continue to be engaged in discussions with our airline partners. Less than a week and a half ago, I had to go to Routes Americas in Rio de Janeiro in Brazil. And I met, obviously, with the carriers because you have to keep meeting with them. You have to keep ensuring that you are there with them to ensure that you can drive additional benefits. And even though, Mr. Speaker, that we will continue our focus on our core markets like USA, Canada, the UK, and the Caribbean, and of course Latin America, we will continue to increase air seat capacity into Barbados. Mr. Speaker, Fifth Freedom rights were granted to Virgin to fly into St. Vincent and Grenada, and there was some discussion as to whether or not we, because of a third flight, that we will get the benefit. Mr. Speaker, the numbers speak for themselves, first of all. In addition to that, we maintain more than 65% on the one flight that is shared as a tag flight. Mr. Speaker, KLM, as you know, returned to Barbados, driving more airlift from Europe, and we also granted them Fifth Freedom rights. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to announce right here today, because even though I knew it was coming, because I had a little hint when I was in Routes Americas in Brazil. I could not obviously go public with it. But I'm pleased to announce to this chamber that pursuant to our airlift strategy, and as we move into phase 2 of that strategy, that Barbados, for the next winter season, will benefit from a third daily flight from British Airways into Bridgetown, Barbados. Mr. Speaker, it is history in the making, a record breaking again. Because you recall when I came to the office, they only had one daily flight from each of the carriers coming out of the United Kingdom. We, in 2024, sat down, spoke to them, and we got double dailies for the winter from both British Airways and Virgin. Virgin came to us with freedom rights. We granted them, Mr. Speaker. And I have every doubt that there are people who follow people in the airline business. But I'm telling you, the fact that we have moved now from breaking a record from double dailies across the Atlantic, Mr. Speaker, come this winter season, British Airways will be having a third flight. The third flight will be coming out of Gatwick, and Mr. Speaker, the beauty about it is that it will also be a tag flight. So you have a tag flight connecting to Guyana, you have it connecting to Tobago, Mr. Speaker, and you will also have it going into Grenada. So, Mr. Speaker, the future is bright. And even though we have some challenges, we will work through those challenges. But I say to you that the addition of a third flight out of Gatwick, because remember we have the two flights. In fact, both double dailies currently come through Heathrow. And in terms of, and people who know the airline business will tell you if you're coming through Heathrow, the connection point is always better through Heathrow. But the fact that you have to negotiate slots and so on for gates is also another opportunity. And Mr. Speaker, I hope to be in a position very, very shortly to be able to announce additional routes into Barbados from another jurisdiction. But I will hold on that, Mr. Speaker, because you have to respect the process. But I'm still shopping for more airlift, particularly out of Canada, because we have to ensure we have even more services out of Montreal, Toronto, where the demand has been there, and where Air Canada has put on a bigger aircraft for Barbados during this current winter season. And we are beginning to see the benefits that the Canadian market is getting back there where it ought to be. And Mr. Speaker, we have to work on summer, because I will not get tired of doing this job until I break the back of summer, because we have to reduce seasonality in this country. And to that extent, we are going to be discussing and continue, I should say, discussions with our travel partners. You will hear, for example, that this coming summer, British Airways will put on a larger aircraft. It will come with additional 331 seats between the period of July through to August, which will also deal and address the issues as it relates to demand for the Barbados route. Mr. Speaker, there's sometimes when you want to get to London from Barbados, and it's so difficult. And of course, the yield management techniques to go in and fit in. And at the same time, Mr. Speaker, despite we have the growth in airlift, I must congratulate the ground handling companies in Barbados for responding to the challenges, both Goddard Catering Group and Caribbean Aircraft Handling, by investing in equipment, Mr. Speaker. But we are going to continue to explore even more opportunities for summer travel from the United Kingdom. We got to look at Manchester. We got to look at Greater Europe, Mr. Speaker. We currently have traffic coming out in the winter, but we have to address, and that is where phase 2 of our airlift strategy will have the greatest benefit and impact for Barbados during the summer. Mr. Speaker, very quickly on the matter of cruise, well, once again, we've set another record. This winter season, Barbados will benefit from over 850,000 cruise passengers, another record, Mr. Speaker, in the history of this country. And I want to say that as we go to meetings, you're getting even more requests from cruise executives who want to have ships come into Barbados. And as a result of that, we're going to have to look to the future and to see how best we can build out expansion at the Bridgetown Port as we continue to cope with the demand and the requests being made of us. Mr. Speaker, we have an ongoing global challenge. But in spite of the ongoing global challenge, you've heard me today make the point that when a British carrier can have the confidence in you to add a third flight into Barbados during next winter season, it tells you, based on all the data, the network planning, all their research, it tells you that there's still demand for Barbados. And we will continue to pursue the strategies that have brought us thus far and the strategies that we have to undertake along with the tactics to take us forward, Mr. Speaker. And I know that we have the global events ahead of us, but at the same time, Mr. Speaker, we have to be responsive and we have to engineer tactics and monitor the situation daily to ensure that we do not fall short of our growth targets, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I can safely say to you and to the public that Barbados' tourism is growing steadily, but there are investment opportunities out there. And I really want to encourage Barbadians to look at the investment opportunities, not only in the accommodation sector, not only hotels, but when you consider vacation rental programs. And the big problem that we have now, Mr. Speaker, all the airlift coming to Barbados, crew accommodation is a major challenge. And that is an opportunity, Mr. Speaker. Attractions as well, food and beverage, Mr. Speaker, transport and other services. So I really want to make an appeal and encourage Barbadians. You've seen where we're going with tourism. You're seeing the benefits of tourism. The concessions are available to everybody, small, medium, and large operators. And I want to say to Barbadians, don't be afraid to invest in the tourism sector. I want you to continue to do so. And those who really want to do so should do so. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank all Barbadians for their contribution to the tourism sector. Mr. Speaker, I want to say thank you to the workers within the tourism sector. Without them, Mr. Speaker, working directly and indirectly, we could not have built the brand that we are so proud of in Barbados and the brand that shall take us forward confidently, Mr. Speaker. We still have a lot of work to do, and I readily accept there's still a lot of work to do. The Minister of Finance spoke about language training, other finer skills that we have to train persons on, and indeed ensuring that we have a plan to ensure we can advance not only investments, but we can advance workers and their participation, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that the workers within this sector are not only remunerated, Mr. Speaker, but they can continue to advance and grow within their tourism sector. Mr. Speaker, the vision plan that I have for Barbados will have other strategic outcomes and considerations. And I will, of course, take the appropriate strategic actions along with my team to ensure that we continue with the expansion of source markets, existing source markets. But we have to move full steam ahead. And the other markets that we have to go after. You've heard me make the point that the Asia-Pacific market, which is the largest growing market, if you look at UN tourism reports, Mr. Speaker, and look at the history going back for the last 50 years, you will see that there are Pacific countries that are overtaking what we would consider source markets. So we have to respond to the times, Mr. Speaker. And we also have to proceed full speed ahead as well on the Africa and the Gulf states market. We are currently going to pursue those strategies and to ensure that while we protect our existing markets, we continue to build and build strongly on those other markets. And Mr. Speaker, in closing, back to the budget. Mr. Speaker, it's a budget, in my opinion, that is built on strong economic fundamentals and certainly a measured approach to the ongoing global events. It is a budget, Mr. Speaker, that is designed to ease the burden on taxpayers and other persons and the easing of the cost of living burden on all Barbadians, Mr. Speaker. A government willing to listen to the people, a government that continues to listen to the people, a government that continues to listen to its stakeholders and to respond to them constructively. So, Mr. Speaker, I know that my time is running short. And let me say in closing, that I always say this, Mr. Speaker, that it has been the greatest joy of my life, separate and apart, of course, from having my daughter. But it has been my greatest joy, Mr. Speaker. And during my particularly very short tenure as a Minister of Tourism and International Transport to have made, along with the team at the ministry, to have made such a profound impact on the tourism sector that raised me up, Mr. Speaker, because everybody knows, Mr. Speaker, that I've worked in the tourism sector for all of my life. And as long as I am or continue to be Minister of Tourism and International Transport, I give the constituents of St. Michael West Central, I give the people of Barbados my commitment that I will continue to give this ministry the very best that I have. And Mr. Speaker, we will continue to go to work every day and work hard, Mr. Speaker, recognizing that tourism contributes significantly, more than 40% to the Barbados economy. It is what we have to do. And I also want to take this opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to thank all those in the Barbados Hotel and Tourism Association and their membership, Mr. Speaker, to thank all those who work directly, indirectly, who have helped me within the Ministry of Tourism and International Transport to bring this sector along, and to have done so confidently and quietly, might I add, Mr. Speaker, that today we are seeing the benefits of growth within the sector. Mr. Speaker, it is my greatest honor to continue to serve, like I said, the people of St. Michael West Central, and I will continue, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that whatever I do will have a long and lasting effect, not only on the constituents, but certainly Barbados. And Mr. Speaker, in closing, let me also say thank you to the Minister of Finance for once again responding to the proposals from within the ministry, to effectively working with us and doing all the heavy lifting that is necessary to advance tourism in Barbados. And with those few remarks, Mr. Speaker, I'm obliged.
Honourable Member for St. Peter.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I first will express my gratitude to the people of St. Peter for again sending me to this chamber to represent them. I am very grateful. Over 3,100 of them went out to the polls to vote for me. And I have pledged to them to continue my advocacy on their behalf, to continue articulating the issues that confront them and that they need to have addressed. And I say that publicly, even as I say it to them more directly. Now, I also will use this opportunity to commend the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central on a great presentation and great substance in the presentation of the budgetary proposals last evening. I've known of his ability for quite some time. I remember when he headed the Barbados Economic Society at the same time when I headed the Barbados Hotel and Tourism Association. We found ourselves responding to a budget presentation. And I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, the budget presentation that we were responding to, I don't want to say chalk and cheese because that would be demeaning one of them or the other. It was like rubbish and cheese or rubbish and chalk. And neither of us was political, so we were very moderate in our comments. But I recognized even then that this was a person who knew, we would say in the country, I don't know what we say in town, but who knew their onions. You may have some different word in your part of the world, Mr. Speaker. But I
live in the country, Mr. Speaker. I remember I live in the country.
The country of Barbados.
I live in St. Thomas.
Oh, okay. You may know the term then, know your onions.
And I used to live in St. Philip.
Oh, okay.
So I stay in the country.
Oh, okay, good. So that, Mr. Speaker, the budgetary presentation that we were privileged to receive yesterday is one that I consider to be a budget for the people and a budget for the times. And I say a budget for the people and a budget for the times to emphasize the link that the Minister of Finance was so expertly able to make, the connection that he was able to make, a connection that drives the development of people, a package of measures that understands that human beings and workers must be at the center of national development. And being able to do that while recognizing the times in which we live. It bears repeating that we live in very strange times. It bears repeating, Mr. Speaker, that we live in very uncertain times. It bears repeating that we live in very unpredictable times. Times have always carried their challenges, but there used to be a certain predictability, a certain logic in how events would unfold. We do not live in a time today, in 2026, in March, where the future is remotely predictable. And being able to recognize that unpredictability and being able to recognize the need to undergird those on whose shoulders this country must rise reflects a certain level of expertise that must be congratulated. Now, the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central spoke to the fact that unemployment in Barbados stands now at a record low, 6.1%. He also spoke to the fact that very soon we will hear the announcement of 19 consecutive quarters of economic growth. Now, Mr. Speaker, these statistics are not mere numbers. Speaking about economic realities are not things that only business people do. Because I will say to you, Mr. Speaker, and I will say to this chamber, and I will say through you to the country, that supporting people, providing a safety net for people, shielding people can only take place if there is a strong enough economic infrastructure. As a matter of fact, socialism and the democratic socialism that this party proudly practices is only successful, and Karl Marx spoke to it, it is only successful if that social and political infrastructure is on a solid economic infrastructure. And so when we speak about growth, whether it is growth in tourism, whether it is growth in agriculture, growth in the construction sector, when we speak about growth, when we speak about reductions in unemployment, we are talking about building an infrastructure that allows us to be able to face the uncertain times that we find ourselves in today. And so the budget and the measures that were announced within the budget are measures that can be announced because of the heavy work, the heavy lifting that has been done and that this government, this Barbados Labour Party government, continues to do. And when we talk about putting people at the center of our development, when we talk about the ability to shield those who need to be shielded, We are talking as a Barbados Labour Party in government about what some people call policy coherence. Policy coherence. Measures that work together to achieve an outcome so that the measures under the subhead cost of living enunciated by the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central yesterday goes alongside what this government has been doing when it established for the first time in our history on the 1st of April 2021 a national minimum wage. That national minimum wage was in recognition of the fact that there needed to be a level below which a person's pay could not go. A person needed to be able to keep body and soul together. A worker needed to be able to support him or herself as well as their dependents. And so we established a national minimum wage. In June last year, we increased that national minimum wage, the rate, and in January of this year, on Erobara Day, we increased the national minimum wage again. And so when we see measures, when we hear measures enunciated that speak about increasing, government paying for or covering the cost of half of any fuel adjustment increase, a fuel adjustment increase that will affect working people in this country. When government announces that it will cover half of any increase, we see that government continues its work with respect to protecting those who are vulnerable in our society. When we hear about a reduction in the excise tax on diesel and gasoline, we recognize a coherence, a relationship. We recognize that there is a common goal, a common agenda that government is working to with respect to all of its policy announcements. When we hear, for example, Mr. Speaker, that on food, on personal care items, and on construction materials, that the duties will be charged not on the price that includes the insurance you had to pay to get them here, either on an aircraft or on a ship, not on the freight charges that you had to pay, but on the original invoice price, because that's what free on board means. Free on board, and I know I'm speaking to a former teacher of business. Most people think of you as an attorney, but I know that you taught business. But free on board means that government has decided that it will not charge duties on a price that includes these other things. Just what you paid, whatever you paid and got it to the port, either in Miami or wherever else you shipped it from, that is the charge. So it is a reduced charge. And government is doing this, again, to protect people, particularly vulnerable people, workers in this country. On this matter, I must be clear to appeal to those who import and sell to the workers of this country to pass on the savings of this measure. One of the reasons, Mr. Speaker, why we disagreed strongly with the misguided approach of the Democratic Labour Party when it spoke to adjustments in VAT is because we are not entirely convinced that these savings will be passed on. We have included this measure because it is part of a suite of measures. And I use the word, I know it is spelled S-U-I-T-E, but the measures are suite, S-W-T. This is part of a suite of measures so that it does not stand on its own, or as the Honourable Member for Christchurch, for St. James Central would say, it does not stand in splendid isolation. Otherwise, we would not have done it, because we are not entirely convinced that all of the savings are passed through. But I'm appealing today to those who buy and sell to us to make sure to pass on the savings. Now, this policy alignment, where we look at protecting people following what we've done with a national minimum wage, when we hear that the reverse tax credit is being increased from $1,300 to $1,700, that speaks to a government that is interested in protecting the vulnerable. It speaks to a government that is interested in protecting and shielding those who are at the bottom economically. It speaks to a government, unlike the Democratic Labour Party, which didn't increase anything in the face of challenges to people. They're cut from $1,300 to $650. That is how they approach facing strong headwinds. They were facing strong headwinds, we admit, but their approach to facing strong headwinds is to put people at the front. It is akin, Mr. Speaker, to using children to find where landmines are. There are some wicked people who send out children to see where the landmines are. They sacrifice them. The Democratic Labour Party is like that. They sacrifice the vulnerable so that the rest can sail through. This is not the Barbados Labour Party. The Barbados Labour Party protects people, protects workers in this country. And so increasing from $1,300 to $1,700 for persons earning up to $25,000 per year is an act of protection. And that is why we must continue to make sure that we build our economy. Because we can only offer these protections if we have a strong enough economy upon which to give these protections. And that is why my ministry speaks often about protection and production. The two must go together if we are to have a viable country, a viable island state. The Minister of Finance, Mr. Speaker, went even further in the protection of the workers of this country. And we talked about persons earning between $25,000 and $35,000. They are now eligible for reverse tax credit as well, $750. We talk about changes in the compensatory income credit, the extending of that from $35,000 limit up to $50,000. We talked about the income tax rate adjustments. And I want to say here, Mr. Speaker, the rate being changed from 12.5% to 11.5% is not a 1% change. Now, this is not anything necessarily overly technical. It is 1 percentage point. But I want to say that the amount of tax will change by 8%. The reduction in the actual tax will change by 8%. And that is because 1 over 12.5 is 8%. So that the naysayers who will be walking around saying that we changed this thing by 1% to make it look as though it is some little foolish poo-poo thing. Those same people, some of them, who criticized the $300 and lined up, well, I feel it was, I don't think those people probably didn't line up. Silly people didn't want the money. The others, the vast majority of Barbadians, took the funds, quite properly so. But that 1 percentage point change in the income tax rate represents an 8% change in the amount of tax, 8% reduction in the amount of tax for persons earning between $25,000, well, not for persons earning between $25,000 and $75,000, for the income between 25,000 and 75,000, because below that, there is zero tax. And so, Mr. Speaker, I recall and recap these elements of a suite of proposals to show how this Barbados Labour Party in office approaches storms that are on the horizon. We approach them understanding that people must come first, that Barbadians must be able to eat, that Barbadians must be able, after they've worked and earned their income, must be able to support themselves, must be able to support their dependents. That is the kind of Barbados Labour Party administration and proposals that the people of this country voted for just a few weeks ago. That is the party in government that I am proud to be a part of. That is the party in government that I'm happy to say understands workers, understands their needs, understands that particularly those at the bottom need to be protected, understands that when rain going fall, you need to give people an umbrella or a raincoat. We need to protect our people. This budget, Mr. Speaker, is a people-centered budget. It is a budget for the people, and it is a budget for the times. We also, Mr. Speaker, recognize that those who have worked and are now in their retirement years, I don't want to say senior because I realize the reaction from the Honourable Member for Christchurch West. Senior is now becoming a word that is a little bit touchy. So let us speak to those who have reached their retirement years. And yeah, he is happier with that term. But this Barbados Labour Party government and those measures enunciated by the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central also brings relief to pensioners in the face of the uncertainty that is before us, in the face of the challenges that we see right ahead of us. Those challenges including, in a major way, the fact that crude oil prices, using Brent crude as the example, but then we know that heavy oil that we use for a lot of our production is going to follow suit. Facing those headwinds mean that those on fixed incomes, those who have spent a lot of their years building our country, building the very economic infrastructure that I referred to earlier, those persons also have to be protected. And so the matter of the cash credit for those whose pensionable income is less than $50,000, that cash credit of $1,200 per year paid via the National Insurance and Social Security Service, that is a measure that recognizes that we needed to have a budget for the people and a budget for the times. Increasing the allowances for pensionable income for those earning between 50,000, well, over 50,000, and raising that limit now to 75,000, also recognizes that people must be shielded. When rain falling, you got to provide the umbrella or the parasol or the raincoat. That is the kind of policy approach that this government uses. That is the kind of policy approach that we see in the budgetary presentation from the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central. The budget also included some description of diversification in our country. We've talked about it for quite some time. And the matter of the green industrial zones. And Mr. Speaker, the budget was very clear that the purpose for these green industrial zones is to create a diversified economy but also to bring new jobs into this country. And I want to add, Mr. Speaker, as the minister responsible for labor, that when the Barbados Labour Party in government talks about new jobs, it is talking about new, decent jobs. New, decent jobs. And I know, even though the Honourable Minister of Finance did not mention it, he's a decent man, in spite of the school he went to. He is a decent man, and he meant decent
Honourable,
jobs.
sure you want to use that term, the specific last term?
I just wanted to say that. It doesn't really matter
Honourable, you
which
sure you
school
do not
go to.
want to withdraw that phrase?
No, I
You
said
sure
it.
you do not wish to withdraw that phrase?
No, I just meant, Mr. Speaker, that it doesn't really matter which school you go to.
As the Honourable said, is unparliamentary.
Sorry, he went to a decent school. And so I know that his proposals recognize that the work, the jobs that he is attempting to bring in these green industrial zones are decent jobs. And so, Mr. Speaker, the matter of the skills that will be required in these new areas, and we heard a lot of reference to the IDB study, the dearth to some degree of skills in the area of digital technology and digital ability. This budget and the suite of measures so well articulated speaks to the 100% tax credit for businesses with respect to digitization, with respect to business process re-engineering. 100% tax credit. This, Mr. Speaker, is a proposal that will help businesses, employing organizations, to be able to make the necessary adjustments in their operations to bring new, skilled, decent jobs into this country so that the workers of Barbados are able to be reskilled, upskilled, and able to take advantage of these new jobs in the area of technology. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, in addition to that, and how we see all of these proposals working together, in addition to that, the training fund, managed as it is under my ministry, under the National Insurance and Social Security Service, will be offering to employing organizations 75% of the cost. They're going to bear 25% using our partners in labor. So the Barbados Workers Union Labor College, the Public Workers Academy, as well as government initiatives, the National Transformation Initiative and the Barbados Community College. That is how, Mr. Speaker, we build resilience. We build resilience, and resilience means something. That word used to be poo-pooed in this honorable chamber. The people of Barbados were so upset with that poo-pooing that the poo-pooing man is no longer in this chamber. Because we have to build resilience. Our people must be able to withstand the shocks that are here and that are on the horizon. That is what resilience is. It is not any fancy, foolish word. It means that I can stand up against the strong wind. And that is what these measures aim to do. Mr. Speaker, there are a number of other measures in the budget that I just want to mention very briefly that touch and concern the ministry that I have the honor to lead. The matter of working with faith-based organizations. We heard mention of the $5 million fund. I can say to this honorable chamber, through you, Mr. Speaker, that in my ministry, we've already started to craft out a discussion document that we will be discussing with the leaders of faith-based organizations next month in April. We have started to work on just a draft. We will be presenting that draft. The leaders of faith-based organizations will be able to say, we like it, we want it changed, it is foolishness, let us start fresh. It will, whatever we come up with in terms of the governance arrangements for this $5 million fund will be one that has the buy-in of faith-based organizations. And this fund, Mr. Speaker, is intended to make sure that we look after our young people. These are the future, the present and the future of our country. They will become the workers of this country. And I am particularly pleased about this activity, this fund, and all of the activities that will come out of it, because if we do not have young people with their heads on who know where they're going or who know where they want to go, then we're going to have issues in workplaces. And that's why when I talk about coherence in policy, I am part, Mr. Speaker, of a party in government that understands how different policies fit together to work toward national development. I am also happy about the fact that in education, groups, uniform groups, will be part of the core curriculum. And I mentioned this on the faith-based organizations, religious affairs, only because there are some uniform groups that are part of faith-based organizations, and I would know because there are two of them in my denomination, the Pathfinders and the Adventurers clubs. And so including these as part of the core curriculum makes sense because it allows us to ground our young people. There are many others, scouts, cadets, others. These allow us to ground our young people. And faith-based organizations and the leaders of faith-based organizations are happy that this will become part of the core curriculum of our schools. A lot, and I am coming very, very close to the end, I still get goosebumps when I think about what this government has done with respect to people with disabilities. We have done significant work. And the reason why it gives me chills still is because it tells me that this is a government that recognizes people, sees, hears, feels people, that recognizes the humanity of all people, that recognizes the fact that all of us need to be allowed to contribute to the development of our country. It tells me that this is a government that does not just talk about inclusion, but that practices inclusion. Now, from my ministry's perspective, we are interested in allowing and facilitating people with disabilities to get into the job market. People with disabilities want to be a part of the action. They have been kept back for far too long. This government has made significant strides. And so when we hear in the budget about accessible Bridgetown is not just for people with disabilities to be able to move through Bridgetown. It is for people with disabilities to be able to get to work in Bridgetown, to get into buildings in Bridgetown, to work. That is what we are doing. And I'll say to the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central that I recognize that he has started with Bridgetown. I expect that as we build the economy, a couple more quarters of growth, that we will get to Spikestown. He mentioned that Bridgetown will celebrate its 400th anniversary in 2028. I'll just let him know that 8 more quarters of growth will allow us to recognize Spikestown in 2030. And so he has 2 years lead time. Not everybody takes advantage of lead time. We told the employers that January there's going to be an increase. January came, and I saw one of the organizations saying something in the newspaper that I didn't vomit, but it came a little bit close. I'm giving the honourable member for Christchurch East Central enough lead time. Speightstown celebrates 400 years in 2030. And so if we start on Bridgetown in 2026 to meet 2028, I look forward to the budget presentation of 2028 to meet Speightstown 2030. And as you said, Mr. Speaker, he is a decent man. He went to a decent school. So I know he understands what I'm saying. But I'm also talking, Mr. Speaker, with respect to people with disabilities on the matter of the cash credit, the cost of living cash credit. Again, recognizing that people with disabilities need the assistance just like everybody else. And so all those who are currently receiving special needs grants, and that again, those are paid out through the organization that falls under my ministry, the National Insurance and Social Security Service, for 12 months, $1,200, $100 per month, recognizing that all of we is people. All of us are human beings. And those, as a matter of fact, those with special needs may need special attention. This government understands that. This government is sensitive to that. This government responds to that. We also have the matter of the Special Needs Trust. But I wanted to say, finally, with respect to Social Security, on the matter of policies that work together. I've spoken about the minimum wage and all of the cost of living measures. I've spoken to our work with respect to special needs grants and the cost of living cash credit. I also want to say that another beautiful example of policies that work together to achieve an objective is the policy announced by the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central that speaks to a cash credit for mothers with multiple births. You will recall, Mr. Speaker, that for the first time in the country's history, when we increased maternity leave some months ago, we spoke for the first time to mothers giving birth to twins, triplets, or more. For the first time, we spoke about multiple births, recognizing again that when a mother is in that situation, there is additional help that is needed, additional time that is needed. And we, even as we established that we would move the maternity leave from 12 weeks to 14 weeks, we established that a mother having had multiple births would get not 14 weeks, but 17 weeks maternity leave. Now, in this budget, the Minister of Finance was able to announce this multiple births cash grant. A recognition, Mr. Speaker, of people, recognizing what people go through. And I just want to say to you and to Barbados through you, that this government is in touch with the people of this country. This government recognizes what the needs are. This government scratches where it itches. This government recognizes that there are people who need to be protected and works to protect those people. As I conclude, Mr. Speaker, I want to circle back to the matter of minimum wage. And I spoke to something that made me almost throw up. The suggestion that an increase in the national minimum wage could be one of the reasons why businesses close, why people go out of business. Now, what I'm going to say now is not going to come over too nicely. Everything is going to be parliamentary, Mr. Speaker, but it's not going to come over too nicely. And I know that less people will like me than who like me now. I said this before publicly, I'm going to say it again. In 1834, If the idea of paying wages and businesses going out of business because of paying wages was the consideration, Mr. Speaker, you and I would still be enslaved. I'm saying simply, I'm not going into any big fancy analysis. I am saying clearly in this honorable chamber, Mr. Speaker, that a business model that does not allow for a decent wage is not a fit and proper business model. If I cannot, after working for 8 hours a day, 40 hours a week, if I, after doing that, cannot buy food, pay my light bill, pay my water bill, send school my children, that business ought not to exist. Plain and simple, Mr. Speaker. What I'm saying is that those who manage businesses, sometimes you have to recognize when you've come to the end of the road. Now, I ran a business that I had to close. My sister and I had to close. Our comparative advantages were disappearing. And sometimes you have to make a decision, well, maybe get into something else, not this. The business has to be viable. The Barbados Labour Party in government is not opposed to profits. We believe that businesses must be profitable. They can only employ people if they're profitable. They can only grow if they're profitable. The people who work in those businesses must be able to survive. Must be able to survive. And so my call to employers is not to just focus on this matter of businesses being forced to close because a person gets 21 cents per hour more. My call to businesses and to employers in this country is to so refine your business model as to allow for the provision of decent work. Refine your business model, create business models, and if I were not here, Mr. Speaker, I probably could do some of that work for them. I've done many a business plan in my life, and I've never done a business plan to submit to a bank. But I do business plans generally for banks. I've never done a business plan that assumes that the workers are not able to, as I always say, keep body and soul together. If anybody has that as a business plan, it is unethical, it is immoral. Revise and refine your business plans so that you are able to have a sustainable business, that the business can make profits, that the business can expand, and that those who work for you to build your business are able to eat, to pay their bills, and to support their dependents. That is all this government is asking for. Nothing major, that is all that we ask for. Mr. Speaker, I have the honor and pleasure of supporting these budgetary proposals. Like I said before, for me, the proposals, the suite of proposals, represents a budget for the people and a budget for the times. It represents the building of a resilient society. It represents inclusion of everybody in the society. It represents an understanding that any sustainable development in this country must recognize the humanity of people and the hard labor of those who work. And so, Mr. Speaker, with that, I commend this budget to this chamber. I commend it to the people of Barbados, and I am confident that it will allow us to face the headwinds strong, resilient, and that we will come out even stronger at the end of this. I'm obliged to you.
Honourable Member St. James Central.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to begin, if you would permit me, by showering praise on the Honourable Minister of Finance, who I think very ably piloted an excellent set of budgetary measures through the House yesterday evening. And in my judgment, Mr. Speaker, sir, there were measures which constituted much needed targeted support given the nature of the global environment within which Barbados now finds itself, and through which, sir, we have to continue to sensibly and seriously navigate. There were not, by any stretch of the imagination, Mr. Speaker, reckless or indefinite subsidies, but rather, sir, as I said, there were targeted interventions, well-timed and carefully crafted, in my judgment, that allow for us to pause. I believe the language used during the COVID pandemic by the Honourable Prime Minister, sir, was to pause and then accelerate and pause as circumstances require. And that is precisely where we are now. It is the environment within which we have to function. And quite frankly, Mr. Speaker, sir, it also did another very important thing. And that is that even as we put ourselves in a position to protect your constituents and mine, protect our consumers as a country, and therefore our economy and our economic well-being, more importantly, sir, it also did not cause us to lose sight of the growth trajectory of the country. And so we can keep our eye on that very essential ball, which is called the growth of the Barbados economy, even as we implement these measures. Now, Mr. Speaker, sir, having said that, I must crave your indulgence to allow me to speak to this House, and through you, Mr. Speaker, sir, speak to this country as a senior minister with responsibility for the country's productive sector must. And there are some things, Mr. Speaker, sir, about which we have to become far more mature, and I think about which we have to become far more serious and accept that it is not business as usual in Barbados. It cannot be business as usual in Barbados. And frankly, Mr. Speaker, sir, it cannot be business as usual in this region. Now, the truth of the matter is, Mr. Speaker, that on Wednesday of last week, which would have been around the 11th of March, we received notice from the island sole utility, the Barbados Light and Power, that they were going to have an increase in the fuel clause adjustment. And that fuel clause adjustment, Mr. Speaker, saw an increase from 29 cents per kilowatt hour to 35 cents per kilowatt hour. And as I understand it, sir, the consequential impact on the average household in Barbados would have been $17 for every household bill on average. Now, Mr. Speaker, sir, as has been our custom, the knee-jerk reaction to that was that everybody broke out in hives. And the Light and Power, the utility, becomes the worst people in the world because of the increase. Now, sir, the first thing that we have to understand as a country, and the fuel clause adjustment has been around for a long time, it is not a rate increase. The fuel clause adjustment movement is not a rate increase. The fuel clause adjustment movement reflects the market value of the oil which we have to import in order to generate the electricity that we generate to run the households, to run the business places across Barbados. Now, sir, I have no brief to bear in this place or at all for the utility. And in fact, from time to time in my past, and this is the second time I have had to pilot this particular sector through a period of global uncertainty and disruption of energy. And Mr. Speaker, sir, I haven't done it before. I believe I must do so successfully again. And I have had in the past, from time to time, to speak truth to the utility. So I am by no stretch of the imagination their greatest friend. And I believe, sir, that in this House I may only be outstripped in my critical comment from time to time by my very able and learned and my able friend from Christchurch West, who has himself had to speak truth to the utility. But, Mr. Speaker, sir, we have to be very reasonable people, because the fact of the matter is that we have to begin with a common understanding that as we, the country and the people of Barbados, try to navigate our way through these perilous and uncertain times, and we are facing what may well become uncharted waters because we do not know how long the confrontation with Iran will run. What we do know, Mr. Speaker, is that on all the available evidence, there is no backing down from either side, and I will come to the movement in prices shortly. So therefore, we have to begin with the understanding that it is most unhelpful for us to be in a position as a country where we get caught up at the very outset by casting aspersions and throwing slings and arrows back and forward. The fact of the matter is, Mr. Speaker, that, and I forgive members of the public who may have understandably been distracted in January and in February because matters of great domestic importance were taking place. But the fact of the matter is, sir, that from the very first day of January, oil prices were around $60 a barrel. By the middle of January, sir, when the first aircraft carrier was dispatched by the United States government to the Persian Gulf, prices in the oil sector globally started to increase. And that upward march of oil prices, sir, continued right through the month of January. Unabated, it went into the month of February. On the 6th day of March, sir, I came into the well of your house together with the entire team from the Ministry of Energy. And I said to the House then, sir, that this was a matter about which we had to take urgent and serious notice, because between the 1st of January and on the 6th day of March, that movement had gone, in terms of oil prices on the international market, from $60 a barrel, sir, to as high as $80 a barrel. Now, Mr. Speaker, sir, that is a 33.33% increase. Little could I have known that between Friday the 6th of March and last Friday, which was Friday the 13th of March, sir, there will be another 33.33% increase, and the oil prices would have gone to $106 a barrel, which is the figure quoted by the Minister of Finance when he presented the budget yesterday. And Mr. Speaker, sir, that tells us that we are in a state of affairs where a 66% increase in the energy sector took place and impacted this country. So let us begin by understanding, therefore, that in the context of an island which faced an unexpected, unanticipated, unplanned for 66% price surge in energy costs, petroleum products, sir, that it cannot, by any stretch of the imagination, be reasonable to start by saying that the throughput and the energy, the fuel clause adjustment is in any way unreasonable or irresponsible. Now, Mr. Speaker, having said that, there's a second point, and it is this, that 80%, sir, 80% of the electricity generated in Barbados is generated as a result of the importation of fuel into this country. We are still that dependent. Now, it tells us two things, and the first one is easily understood. We have to get real about the issue of renewables and renewable energy, and that is a matter about which, sir, I give the House the strongest possible assurance. I'm only 1 month into service in this ministry, sir, but it will be the heartbeat of everything that is done in the Ministry of Energy to now drive renewable energy forward and to unlock all the potential that this country has, because we cannot continue to be caught in these peaks and troughs It is impossible to plan an economy, impossible to plan economic activity, Mr. Speaker, sir, if for every couple, quite frankly, every other year, we find ourselves in these types of situations. But the second point, Mr. Speaker, sir, is that there was a need, clearly, for there to be very targeted interventions that identified, first of all, what are the points in the ecosystem called Barbados that will be more sensitive to the surges of prices, more sensitive to inflationary movement, Mr. Speaker. And I think that the Honourable Minister of Finance has adequately done that. He has identified fuel as being one of those inflationary points. He has identified freight, Mr. Speaker, and he has also identified the electricity costs. And I don't think anybody can dispute that those are the things, sir, that touch everybody in every activity. Don't care what it is that you are doing in Barbados, those are the things that will impact you. Everybody, Mr. Speaker, sir, will not be impacted by the rising cost of the law books. Everybody, Mr. Speaker, sir, may not be impacted by the rising cost of dental equipment. Everybody in Barbados, sir, will not be impacted in the same way by many other activities. But these, sir, are cross-cutting issues which hit the pulse point of all that we do, and frankly speaking, sir, can cause a cascading effect right across the economy. And so therefore, Mr. Speaker, sir, it was necessary to take protective measures in order to ensure that we shielded our consumers from the full weight of the effects of the circumstances that the country now finds itself in. Now I want to speak a little bit to some of these measures, because I listened today to the call-in program, and I sense, sir, that there are still some Barbadians who do not fully grasp the circumstances that we confront ourselves with. We, sir, have to recognize that a few things have been done. And the Honourable Minister of Finance would have spoken among the several measures to the question of heavy fuel oil and our activity in what he calls hedging. Now, Mr. Speaker, sir, for those who do not know, when the Honourable Finance Minister is speaking of hedging, he is not talking about nice ornamental vegetation. He is speaking, sir, about going into the futures, market. This country speaks a lot from time to time about cost of living, but has not done so in a holistic way and has not done so in a fully serious way. Mr. Speaker, sir, risk management is part of protecting consumers from cost of living issues and cost of living surges. The Minister of Finance spoke to us yesterday and indicated that we have not only had discussions, but frankly speaking, Mr. Speaker, sir, the National Energy Company, during the course of last week, entered into contractual relations of a futuristic nature with the suppliers of heavy fuel oil, which is the oil that we must import into Barbados in order to generate electricity. We have purchased oil, Mr. Speaker, sir, locked in at $92 a barrel, and that will continue for the next 3 months. So that whatever the price may be, this morning at 4 o'clock when I checked, it was $104 a barrel. As you would recognize, Mr. Speaker, sir, I just said that yesterday it was at $106 a barrel. So it ebbs and it flows. But the trajectory has, for the most part, been a march upward. And I do not know what tomorrow will hold. And as the more militaristic activity takes place that takes place in the Gulf, the higher the market uncertainty, the greater the market reaction in a negative way, and then the higher the cost of the energy product that we import. So therefore, Mr. Speaker, sir, what we have effectively done, even as I speak to you, is to lock in at $92 a barrel oil that is being sold elsewhere at $104 a barrel. I say even as I speak to you, sir, because right now there is in Barbados a ship that would have journeyed here during the course of last night and early part of today. And Mr. Speaker, sir, that would be offloading the heavy fuel oil that this country needs, but which was purchased at a $92 contract, but which today, Mr. Speaker, sir, is valued at $104. So when the critics of the government ask the question, well, what is the government going to do to protect the consumers? The answer is that the government has, in fact, intervened in the marketplace in a manner that, quite frankly, sir, we have not been doing before. And this is one of the serious things that we have to be real about, because entering a futures market can be risky. Obviously, if the war stopped by some miraculous stroke of fortune and prices went back to normal within the next few days, then, Mr. Speaker, sir, we would be stuck in a certain situation where we're paying for oil at a price higher than what it used to be. But that is not likely. And part of what we have to now do is to manage risk, and manage risk in such a way that you sensibly but cautiously enter the market in order to protect the consumer. So that for those people who on today's program may have asked the question, but why is it only 3 months? It is only 3 months because that gives us a reasonable window within which to monitor that which we are doing and to see what is happening out there in the world. And as I said, Mr. Speaker, sir, in the words of the Prime Minister, from time to time you press the brakes, or then you know when you're going to press the gas and go forward. Now, Mr. Speaker, sir, I go forward. I go further. Gasoline and diesel. Now, the suppliers to this country of gasoline and diesel, are Pariah from the Gulf of Paria. Is that correct pronunciation? Paria. I don't want to say they are Pariah, because that's a different thing. The Gulf of Paria, Trinidad and Tobago. And Mr. Speaker, sir, they do not have, or they've indicated to us that they do not have the appetite for trading on the futures market right now because of the volatility and the uncertainty. And that is reasonable because, quite frankly, at this time, everybody looking to hedge. Everybody would like to get onto the futures market. So, sir, because we cannot do that with gasoline and diesel imported into the country, we must now find domestic, homegrown solutions. Now, Mr. Speaker, sir, the homegrown solution, ably articulated by the finance minister yesterday, was that we will have, and I have it here, sir, I don't want to misquote him, that we will have gasoline, VAT on gasoline capped, sir, at 47 cents a litre, and diesel 37 cents a litre, and that will be held in place for 1 year. So that in 2027, when we come back to do a budget, Mr. Speaker, sir, that there will now be coming to an end. But, Mr. Speaker, sir, I don't think the country realized, and I frankly, sir, because I had left this ministry and gone to represent Barbados in a different capacity, did not myself realize, even though I spoke every night on an election platform for the government, sir, and campaigned vigorously on cost of living issues, Mr. Speaker, sir, I suspect that I was not alone in Barbados. That the VAT that the Honourable Finance Minister speaks to and says is to be extended, that cap to be extended into next year, sir, was implemented in 2022, but never, ever came off. I was minister when it was implemented, but I didn't follow in it as closely after I left Energy. So the fact of that's true. But the point is, Mr. Speaker, sir, the fact of the matter is that when this government has been lambasted all around Barbados, what are they doing for consumers? How is it that the cost of this is so, gas is so high and petroleum is so high, etc., sir? Little did people seem to realize that the government, sir, has been continuing to shield consumers in Barbados to the extent of a 53% subsidy, effectively, on gasoline, and 53 cents subsidy on gasoline, and 63 cents on diesel, all through 2022, all through 2023, all through 2024, all through 2025, sir, and into 2026, and we are now extending it into 2027. And Mr. Speaker, sir, that paints a very fulsome picture of that which the Honourable Member for St. Peter just spoke to. And that is, sir, the extent to which this government commits itself to defending ordinary Barbadian people. Now, Mr. Speaker, I go further. The excise, sir, on gasoline has been reduced for a period of 3 months by 10 cents, and that will then move the excise from 99 cents to 89 cents a litre. And similarly with diesel, sir, a reduction of 10 cents for 3 months, moving the excise on diesel from 44 cents to 34 cents a litre. And because in 2022 we had taken the extensive measures that we took coming out of COVID, in that first disruption, Mr. Speaker, sir, then there was a recovery which the National Energy Company had to have, because if we did not implement the recovery at 9 cents a litre, we would end up breaking the energy company financially. And so therefore, the recovery process was to run for a period 2022 to 2026, I believe it was. And then, Mr. Speaker, sir, that will now have to go on for another year. And the recovery will drop from 9 cents to 4 cents, so that Barbadians will get 10 cents on the excise, 4 cents on the recovery. The Honourable Minister of Finance spoke to 15 cents. So where does the other cent piece come from? 10% on the VAT, Mr. Speaker, sir, the VAT that should have been collected, but which was waived, sorry, sir, and therefore you would have 17.5% of 10 cents is 1.75 cents. And there's no such thing as a 0.75 of a cent, so you have a 1 cent giving you the 15 cents, Mr. Speaker, and that is how we have come to the point. We have come, every cent counts. Every cent counts. And so therefore, sir, every cent counts, and the Honourable Finance Minister will be the first to... So, Mr. Speaker, sir, the point is that we have taken very detailed measures, but how then does that translate, sir, into what you actually put into your motor car? And I take the time to go through this because the adjustments translate into something real for you as you drive your vehicle. Now, Mr. Speaker, sir, I am advised that there are perhaps, as the average vehicle in Barbados, those vehicles are 1,600 cc vehicles. I thought that engine size was a little on the large side, but that's what people tell me. And the average is, if that is the case, it will carry approximately 40 liters to 50 liters of gasoline, depending on the make and the model. Let us assume, just for the sake of this exercise, that it is 40 liters of gasoline. And we assume, Mr. Speaker, sir, that if it is 40 liters to fill up, that we are going to fill it up on today's measures. Now, the import cost today, Mr. Speaker, sir, if we go to the global market, is $104.96. If, Mr. Speaker, sir, there was no change in the excise, if there was no change in the BN-ECL recovery, in other words, if the Minister of Finance did not do the things that he did yesterday, sir, we would be paying at $3.96 a litre. By 40 litres, you would be paying $158.40 to fill up that vehicle. After yesterday's budget, Mr. Speaker, sir, you will pay $152.40, so that you have a $6 difference every time you fill up that vehicle. Now, Mr. Speaker, sir, there are those, especially those who congregate in a district of St. Michael called George Street, who will say, well, my dad's only $6, well, that ain't nothing. And I want to remind them, sir, that, you know, this country, sir, also had a set of circumstances where the VAT was never reinstated. That VAT has now been extended for another year, so that on top of all the VAT that we talk, all the VAT, sir, all the reduction that we talk about, sir, we are talking also about a 53-cent subsidy on gasoline that has been carried to every consumer of gasoline for the last 4 years. And if that is not enough to convince the doubting Thomases amongst us, sir, let us also look to what the global news is telling us today. because the governors across the United States of America, these are the governors of the states, are saying that they have no interest, no appetite in doing what the finance minister did. They're not intervening to adjust taxes and so on petroleum product. That if the president feels that he's going to unleash the strategic reserves, he can do that. But as far as they're concerned, the solution should be conservation. In other words, drive less. And that is America that is producing petroleum product. That is America that has strategic reserves. We have no strategic reserves. We do not produce the petroleum product. But, Mr. Speaker, sir, we are intervening in a way to shield the ordinary Barbadian in a way that the largest economy on the planet has not done. That's right. There are some countries who are telling people that you have to stay home for 1 day of the week. And shut down universities too. So we are not talking that language, Mr. Speaker, sir, but we are intervening in strategic and sensible ways in order to maintain some sense of balance and anchor of well-being of people in this country. Now, Mr. Speaker, sir, I have to say a word or two about household energy. Household energy, Mr. Speaker, sir, you will recall me saying that I think it is unwise for us to begin this national journey, because that is what we're really on. Whatever happens in Iran, I hope that the takeaway for all of us in Barbados is that we are going to be a lot more alert to the need for us to wean ourselves off of fossil fuels and go to green energy. And secondly, sir, that we become, as a country, become more willing to be conservational in our thinking. How do we conserve energy? And the Ministry of Energy will roll out over the next few weeks a number of ideas on conservation. But, Mr. Speaker, sir, we also have to realize that all of us in this together, all. And, Mr. Speaker, the truth is I spent many hours of the last weekend in discussions with senior executives of the Barbados Light and Power. Why did I do so? I did so, Mr. Speaker, sir, because I wanted to get them on side. I wanted to get them to agree to work with the government on a policy initiative which would see us introducing into widespread usage across Barbados another option for you and for other members in here and for our constituents, all of them across Barbados. An option, sir, for us as the nation's consumers of electricity, which would simply say that if you so desired, you could shift the bulk of that which you do home at you and that burning current. Like if you're washing your clothes, for example, and you don't use an outside line, though I don't know why in sunny Caribbean people don't have an outside line, but some people like to use a dryer. And Mr. Speaker, sir, I see them selling, you got washing machine and dryer unit together. And it may be that there are some bachelors, sir, who don't know how to hang out clothes. I don't know. But the point is, sir, Mr. Speaker, sir, I did not look in the direction of the member for St. Michael's, so I did not. But it is not a matter with which I'm familiar. But, Mr. Speaker, sir, the truth of the matter is that during the course of the quiet hours, which we could call, in the context of the language of the sector, low peak hours, those hours between 11 p.m. and 7 in the morning, that is where there's the least demand. And the question I ask of the Light and Power, is it not possible for us to encourage people to use that time to do more of the activities that cause the electricity to be utilized? And that if that is done, we incentivize people so that we say to the consumer, if you choose to use those hours, then you get a benefit, which in the language of the sector would be a time of use tariff or an off-peak tariff. That's what they call it. Now, Mr. Speaker, sir, it happens in other parts of the world. And the time has come for us in Barbados to be prepared to open our minds to the whole realm of possibilities that we can institute in order to offer the greatest gift that we can offer to our consumers. And that, sir, is the gift of choice. It is choice and choice alone that empowers a consumer. If it is that you have the choice to do what suits you, sir, it might not suit me, but it suits you and you do it and it works for you, then you are empowered. And I, sir, choose what works for me. But if we deny our consumers that menu of options, that range of choices, then, sir, we are not going to be able to have that empowering impulse in the Barbados economy. And so, Mr. Speaker, sir, I am pleased to be able to say that at the highest level of the utilities executives here, I have been given the assurance that they are willing to work with the government, that they recognize the benefit of this idea. Frankly, it probably will work in the interest of the utility as well. And, Mr. Speaker, to be fair to them, they're going to need some time to institute this, because they have over 100,000 meters across this island. And obviously, they must now have time to reprogram those meters so that they will be compatible with the times at which various consumers seek to use the electricity and bill accordingly. So if it is that there are some people who do the bulk of their thing in the wee hours of the morning, they benefit from the tariff, and that tariff then has to be reflected in the billing cycle for those people. There are other people, sir, who may choose the wee hours of the morning to do intensely pleasurable things, and therefore they will not want any light at all for the most part, and so that is another matter. And yes, I have some experience in those things. No, Mr. Speaker, sir, I want also to say a word or two on the question of freight, because that is another one of those touch points of potential inflationary spiral in the country. I could add very little to that which was ably said a few minutes ago by the Honourable Member for St. Peter. This country is facing, or is in the danger of continuing to face, unduly high shipping costs. And the unduly high shipping costs, sir, redound in an unfair manner to the average consumer, which is your constituent, sir, and mine. Because of the fact, sir, that an approach is taken where taxes are paid, and the taxes are paid CIF, which really includes your freight, it includes your insurance, and the insurance and freight can be bundled together, and so sometimes are not fully transparent, then, Mr. Speaker, sir, you have consumers who are carrying an unfair burden, because those costs are passed on ultimately to the consumer. The Honourable Finance Minister has committed that from the 1st of April to the 31st of March, Customs will use free on board approaches to calculate customs duty and VAT on 3 essential areas, sir: food, personal care items, and of course, construction material. Now, Mr. Speaker, it is within the living memory of all of us in this country who are over the age of 5 years that after COVID, sir, after COVID, I don't want to say 1 year because it actually went on for a period of time across years. The Honourable Prime Minister and myself worked very closely together. We brought people up to Ilaro Court who were from the retail sector in Barbados, and we sat with them and asked them to work with the government and indeed to work with the labour movement in order to ensure that there was a compact on prices, sir, where we agreed as a country to hold the markups down on some of the same issues that the Honourable Minister of Finance is speaking to: food, in that case, food and personal care items. And Mr. Speaker, sir, some aspects of that compact, as the Honourable Finance Minister referred to yesterday, are still in existence today. And what I am hoping that we can continue to achieve, sir, is that similar level of national commitment. Now, I'm happy to say, sir, that I've spoken with Mr. Paul Innes, who is in charge of the chamber now. He was traveling this afternoon. He arrived in Barbados tonight, and I spoke to him tonight. And Mr. Speaker, sir, he understands the importance of the point I'm about to make. It is critical that if this effort to change the traditional approach of calculating customs duties and taxes on cost, insurance, and freight, sir, if it is to work, then the benefits, as the member for St. Peter says, must pass on to the consumer. They must pass on. At the level of the Chamber of Commerce, I have secured that agreement, and we will have some discussions beginning as soon as possible tomorrow with a view to advancing a strategy which can see, once again, government working with the private sector. And I have no doubt, Mr. Speaker, sir, that the labor movement will be happy to participate once again in us trying to find another homegrown strategy which will enable us to ensure that the Minister of Finance didn't just come here and give away money to importers, but rather that what has happened is a measure that works to the best interest and redounds to the benefit of all consumers in Barbados. Let me say now, take off the hat of Minister of Energy and the hat of Minister of Business and don the hat of the Minister responsible for Consumer Affairs and Protection. That the Department of Consumer Affairs must now step up to the plate, sir. And the Department of Consumer Affairs will have to increase its ability to monitor. And not only monitor, but we have to find a way, sir, to enforce these types of initiatives so that people do not treat the goodwill of the finance minister as a subterranean path towards their private and personal bank account. It is not intended to enrich anybody. It is intended, sir, to shield consumers. And so therefore, the Department of Commerce in Barbados, let me serve notice now, has to be as potent a tool of national well-being and intervention to secure and promote national well-being as is the Department of Commerce in a place like the United States of America. Yeah? And those are some of the things, sir, that in the short to medium term we are going to have more discussions on. Now, Mr. Speaker, sir, while we do that, the consumer is already empowered, so I want to remind the consumer that there is now an app created by the same Department of Commerce called Ask Delia. And if you go on Ask Delia, it empowers you to identify where the prices are low, and you can therefore be in a position to see where not only where you go and shop, but also to share the information with others so they too know where to go and shop, but more importantly, to feed back to the ministry so that we know where it is that there are some things that should really be sold, let us say, at $4 a pound, but all of a sudden, that one place is selling them at $10 a pound. That ain't making sense because every other store that is being monitored is around $4, $4.50, $4.30. The prices vary. We can accept that. But when you see it outlandishly high, then we have to have a conversation of a different type. And Mr. Speaker, sir, these are the things that we have to do in order to make sure that there's the continuity of fairness in this economy. Now, Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to speak now a little bit about the business sector, in particular the small business sector, if I have any time that will allow me to do so.
I didn't hear what you said. If you have any time.
If I have time, sir, I am guided by you. But in the hope that I have a little time, sir, I want to mention a thing called factoring. Because, Mr. Speaker, sir, there is an issue that I know you know, and I know you've had to represent people, as I have had to represent people who are small contractors in Barbados. And I give an example. You know, the hotels building all around this country, thanks to the excellent work of the Minister of Tourism. And Mr. Speaker, sir, you may tell a small contractor, come and tile this floor, the ground floor of my hotel. And another fellow come and do the second floor, sharing out the work. But if I come and tile the ground floor, Mr. Speaker, sir, and 3 months later I ain't see a cent, I am no better off. And 6 months later, I ain't see a cent. I struggling. I am now trying to keep my people employed by going into the overdraft facility of my business. And the overdraft facilities in Barbados, sir, are running at 10% and 12% a month. Now, Mr. Speaker, sir, that is an unconscionable impose. I know wherever I speak because I've had to take companies to court, not one, not two. I've done it on more than one occasion, more than two occasions, taking people to court in order to ensure that the small contractor get paid. And Mr. Speaker, sir, that burns me. I dislike it intensely. There was a fella in the party that didn't get in that lost the seat they had in here, that did not obviously understand the issue. And I leave it there. And I hope that the financial literacy program of the government, sir, should assist him. But the point is, Mr. Speaker, sir, the point is that what we are proposing with factoring, sir, is to allow businesses to sell their accounts receivable, and those are the unpaid invoices, they call that the accounts receivable, and you sell them, Mr. Speaker, sir, to a third party. And that third party is what you call the factor. And invariably, Mr. Speaker, sir, let us assume that and this is an economy now that can do many things that we didn't do before. Let us assume, for argument's sake, that that third party may well be one of the finance houses like Fortress or one of them. I don't know. But if it is, then, sir, you can almost do your business today and choose. If you choose, and again, I go back to the power of choice. If you are a businessman who is saying, look, I'd rather not wait. I'd rather not wait a month. I'd rather not wait 2 months. I want to get some money in my hand immediately. As opposed to running an overdraft facility for 3 months at 10% a month or 12% a month, I can almost immediately part company with that invoice, get the money that is due to me, and yes, I may have to pay for that service and it costs me 2%. But Mr. Speaker, so you could do the arithmetic. 10% every month for 6 months, as opposed to 2% off the top, sir. And that is the lived reality of the business community, small business community in Barbados. I am not encouraging anybody that they have to do it. It may not work for everybody. But I know that there are many small businesses in Barbados that have suffered as a result of the inability to get the money for which they have worked quickly. And let me say, sir, I am also aware that that doesn't only happen with small businesses that are subcontracting to large companies. It happens when you work with government as well. And it is something that we have to find ways to fix. And Mr. Speaker, sir, I am eternally grateful to you for giving me the few extra minutes to be able to say that, because it is an intervention, sir, that I am satisfied has long been necessary in Barbados. I am heartened by the suggestion coming from the finance minister that we can locate this for the purposes of prudent management within the Central Bank of Barbados, where I believe the competence lies, and have, Mr. Speaker, sir, the Small Business Association work in an intimate way, because frankly, sir, the idea is one that is closely embraced by the Small Business Association, and that allows for this country now to open up another set of opportunities to ensure that we empower the small business people and shield them too from some of the ravages and unfair practices that take place out there. Because in the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, sir, I haven't been in a court now since Lord knows how long we've been in government, 7 years, I think. But Mr. Speaker, sir, it's the lawyers who's making money in them circumstances, you know. And that's the unfair thing. It is really the lawyers who make the money off of it. And so therefore we have to find a way, again, of ensuring, sir, that the work done by the small business people in Barbados, the small contractors in particular, are able to they can be rewarded properly for the labor that they have done. And Mr. Speaker, sir, as I said, I am very grateful to you for that extra minute or two. I am humbled.
But you talking. You're watching, even though you know a mass, but you're watching and working.
I'm humbled by the privilege, Mr. Speaker, sir. I'm obliged to you. Thank you.
Honourable Member for St. Thomas. That's correct.
Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful for the opportunity to participate in the debate and the budget in this House. I would recall many years of running home from school to watch the great titans of the day participate in the debate. I know the hour is late, but the good people of St. Thomas have sent me here, entrusted me with the responsibility to be their representative after sending my predecessor here on 6 successive occasions. I am therefore honored by that privilege and privileged by the honor that a son of the soil can speak on behalf of the people of a community that has nurtured him. At the risk, sir, of being accused of engaging in a surfeit, I want to extend the commendation to the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central for acquitting himself in a masterful way in which he has done in this budget. His style was confident, as well as his tone. But what stood out to me, Mr. Speaker, was the substance, the context, and the content of his presentation of the budget. By every metric, Mr. Speaker, that you can measure the economy of Barbados, we are on the right path. What should be up, Mr. Speaker, is up, and what should be down is down. Economic growth is up. Job creation, up. Foreign reserves, up. The reverse tax credit that the people from St. Thomas will get who are working in this country has gone up. The pension support for the old people in Allenview and Alpha Seat and Erie Court, Mr. Speaker, that has gone up. The credit ratings continues to rise, and one of the good things I like about this budget is that the government has doubled the amount of capital expenditure, a signal of confidence in your own economy. Because you know, Mr. Speaker, that the Democratic Labour Party, when they were in government, were spending less money on capital expenditure than what the Tom Adams administration was spending in the 1970s and the early 1980s. Income tax, down. Land tax, down. Corporation tax, down. Unemployment, down. And the debt to GDP ratio, down. That is the performance of this government. What should be up is up, and what is down is down. We look at the budget, Mr. Speaker, and we see 21 measures introduced by the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central to shield Barbadians from the rising cost of living. The people of Barbados, and more particularly the people of St. Thomas, expect a government to lead and to drive economic growth. We've had 19 quarters of economic growth under the leadership of this Barbados Labour Party administration. In a previous decade where there were 10 years of no growth. The people of St. Thomas expect a government to lead to build capacity. We see a robust expansion of expenditure on capital works, $540 million expected in the financial year to come, up from the $200 million in 2018. The people of St. Thomas, Mr. Speaker, expect a government to lead and drive economic development. That is the improvement of the material welfare of people over a substantially long period of time. These initiatives in this budget, Mr. Speaker, will lead to the economic development of this country in an unprecedented way. They are measures that drive the reindustrialization of the Barbadian economy. And you know, Mr. Speaker, that too many of our factories that have led the economic growth of the manufacturing sector in the 1980s and 70s are now housing offices and retail outlets. That cannot continue. And the measures in this budget, Mr. Speaker, allow for that. The technological leapfrogging that you see by the Green Industrial Gateway Advantage is an important milestone for the Barbados economy. It is new to a lot of people, Mr. Speaker, but it is a game changer. We see more investment in infrastructure, and we see more investment in new industry and in new business, the film industry and all the other industries that would benefit. I'm enthused, Mr. Speaker, to see that growing and harvesting honey is something that has been incentivized by the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central. In my constituency, there are a number of gullies, a large network of gullies. And I have spoken on the platform about building out the gullies as a place for economic activity. Not only, Mr. Speaker, in terms of creating bike paths and hiking paths to create a more ecological tourism product within the community, but we can now have agriculture, horticulture, and growing of the indigenous Barbadian plants and foliage, and increase the opportunity for young people in Bridgefield, in Prout, in Pori Spring, and wherever there are gullies, to go in there and to build out the honey industry. These are things that touch and concern people, and I am proud about that. Mr. Speaker, the Economic Diversification Fund was touched on by the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central. We got a lot of criticism for that in the last administration, in the second term of the Barbados Labour Party. But what he's explained is that every year we lose about, currently, $850 million in concessions that we give out to build out the Barbadian economy. The $75 million a year is about less than 10% of what we lose in the concessions or revenue from concessions that we give. We cannot continue, Mr. Speaker, to allow for the detractors of the government's program to get in our heads. We hear about diversifying the economy all the time. Everybody says, man, you have to move away from tourism. And when the government has taken the decisive step to put the measures in place to build out new capacity, new industry, you're also hearing the criticisms. But I say to the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central and my colleagues in government, walk among the raindrops. Chart your course. The people of this country have confidence in the way in which this economy is being managed. The people of this country have confidence in the way in which we are charting a course for the future of the young people of this country. Let us continue to do right by the people of this country and ignore the doubters. Invest Barbados and Export Barbados are being repositioned to lead in the build-out of a new Barbadian economy, Mr. Speaker. And all the measures set out in the budget should be commended. Mr. Speaker, the people of St. Thomas expect a government to lead in building and fostering a good society. What is the good society? A good society is marked by a number of pillars. Family is important. Education is important. The economy is important. Government is important. Governance, good governance. Provision of health care is important. The culture and securing the cultural legacy of your society is important. And most importantly, your environment. All of these are things, if you had to mark the presentation of the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central, Mr. Speaker, you will see that this budget is holistic and deals with securing all of these planks of the Barbadian society today. Mr. Speaker, the good people of St. Thomas expect the government also to lead in navigating through turbulent times. We live in a difficult world, but this budget is characterized by resilience, building out social cohesion, and a reduction in inequality. All of the measures. Resilience is important. We have to adapt in the difficult times. The measures to shield and to future-proof the economy and the society from the shocks created by a war that we did not start, that is impacting on the rise of cost of living, is an example of that. Building resilience and capacity. The Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central spoke, Mr. Speaker, about a number of debt-to-energy swaps, debt-for-nature swaps. More debt-for-nature swaps than we had before to give the government the fiscal space to do the things, to protect the society, to give the honourable member for the city and his ministry the things to do to protect the citizenry of this country in the Ministry of Legal Affairs and Criminal Justice. In order to do the things to build the new gun courts, to hire the prosecutors, the judges, to put the technologies in the courts, all of our courts, to allow them to move, to give the police the resources, to give the probation department in my ministry and the correctional officers in my ministry the opportunity to work with some of those young people who are creating havoc in this country and to turn around the tide where 14 and 15-year-olds are going to crime. You're going to need resources to do that. And that is why we have to work with the honourable member for Christchurch East Central, who's creating a fiscal space to allow us to have the resources to do the things that are important. The people of St. Thomas understand that we live in turbulent times. Wars, economic realignment, the collapse of the Bretton Woods system, the institutions that led after World War II, the United Nations under stress, and all of the financial ordering through the IMF and the World Bank, Mr. Speaker. The rule of international law under stress in this world. And we have to confront those problems, because if we don't confront those problems, even as a small country like Barbados, we will get squeezed. And we get criticized sometimes for our foreign policy posture as a government. We hear that the government ministers flying around too much, attending too many conferences. But Barbadians turn on the televisions, they go on their tablets, they go on their phones, and they see the changes going on in the world, the convulsions going on in the world. We must confront that reality and avoid doing things like over-rationalizing the past, over-dramatizing the present, and underestimating the future. I say that, Mr. Speaker, because sometimes when we over-rationalize the past, we tend to think that the world was set always in a particular way, in a certain way, and we juxtapose examples on what was the reality of the past. And in the present, sometimes we feel that today's challenges are insurmountable. And then we underestimate what the future holds. But the future in real terms, Mr. Speaker, is in our hands. And I believe that the government is ripe, and you will see in this budget and in the estimates that have been passed with the appropriation bill earlier this week. Adequate provision has been made for Barbados to pursue a foreign policy that allows us to take advantage of what is going on out there in the world in terms of realignment. The international order can either pivot towards global institutions, norms and values, or we can deal with hegemonic bullies who deal with deals on a one-off basis. And the power vacuum that is being created in this multipolar world is important for us to observe, even as a small country, Mr. Speaker. Conflictual multipolarity, deals and transactions, or do we seek to help build out the new institutions of the new modern world? The reason why it's important for Barbados to engage in these things because more countries in the world have agency than when these institutions were first created in a post-war world after World War II. And there are more players in the world. The countries of the global south and the countries who consider themselves to be middle powers are now like the swing states in the international relations. Our government, led by our Prime Minister, understands these realities. That is why things like the Bridgetown Initiative and the push for international climate justice and the way in which international finance and how small states can get concessional finance and have to play by the rules of the WTO. And all these rules have to be renegotiated and re-engaged because we have a space in the world too. As I said, more countries have agency and there are more players at the table than before. One of the hallmarks of the budget presentation, therefore, for me, Mr. Speaker, is how the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central has redefined the concept of sovereignty. He's redefined it as resilience. He's redefined it as, in a way that it is not only resilience, sovereignty in isolation. Build the domestic and economic resilience against the external shocks and allow the country's economic and social development to proceed even in the face of some of these things that we can't control. I saw, Mr. Speaker, members of the Democratic Labour Party criticizing the government for not having a longer structured, sustainable plan to shield Barbados for energy crisis. Today, and it seems that, and I keep saying that every time the media jut a mic in front of their mouth, they have to come up with these big words, and everybody saying how impressive he sounds. Now, how can the government do more than what the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central said in the presentation yesterday? For 3 months, we lock in the price of oil at $92 a barrel. For the next 3 months, we will maintain the caps on energy prices, cap on VAT on diesel, and then reduce the excise tax for the next 3 months. But we are being criticized for not having a long-term structured plan, as if we can control the variables. Again, I say, if the temptation, my friends and my colleagues on both sides of this house, listen to the criticism, but treat that nonsense with contempt. Continue on your path, Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central. I'm very proud of that man. Very proud that he can stand here, a product of his own working class community, standing in this parliament in this day to deliver and equip himself in the way that he has done. I can only hope, Mr. Speaker, that I can emulate my schoolmate and my colleague in the assignment given to me under my ministerial portfolio. In the days and weeks to come, I can promise you that in addition to my responsibilities as the parliamentary representative for St. Thomas, I will continue to build out the programs to develop these communities, to make wholesome communities, build up the sporting infrastructure. Indeed, we are starting plans to put cricket and football teams at 2 different parts of the constituency, because we know, and I've been discussing it with the Honourable Member for the City and the Honourable Member for St. John. We know that sports in rural communities bring and build cohesiveness in the communities that allows the elders to mingle and to relate to the young people and to teach them and to create opportunities where the bad and negative forces do not penetrate into the rural communities in the same way as other places. I plan to work hard, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that we can do something to tackle how we treat the juveniles in our criminal justice system, to reverse engineer their susceptibility to crime. The 14 and 15-year-olds that we are seeing coming into the system and the 16-year-olds, we can identify the schools that they predominantly come from and the communities that they predominantly come from. And we will have to be able to intervene at the earlier periods where they are given trouble at school, that the information can be logged. And we can intervene at an earlier stage to see whether this child has learning or medical or other disabilities or what's not, or deficiencies. I know about an instance, Mr. Speaker, of a young man playing cricket in our system, and when we checked, he lived in a community where he had no mother or father. Very talented young man. There's a shooting out by him almost every night, but made it because we targeted an intervention to ensure at the level of the Barbados Cricket Association that he was steered away from a path that most of the young men in this community were afflicted by. We can't save all, but the time has come for us to target our intervention for the at-risk youth in our community. Work with the sporting organizations. I had that conversation with the Honourable Member for St. John and the Honourable Member for St. James North and the Honourable Member for the city. Targeting interventions to ensure that the at-risk youth in this country, identified by the social workers and the schools, do not just be left to wallow and to follow the bad paths, but to use sports, to use culture, get them into programs designed specifically for those who are at risk. We can reverse engineer this trend of crime. We will not be able to stop all crime, but allowing our youngsters to be susceptible to the ravages of crime and then just trying to build more jails and build more courtrooms to deal with the problem is not building out the good society that the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central and the government led by the Prime Minister, Honourable Member for St. Michael North East wants for this country. We have to put all our hands on that. I too will play my part. Thank you for obliging me, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Leader, Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With that, we've come to the end of today's sitting. I therefore beg to move the suspension of the House until tomorrow, the 18th of March at 9:30 a.m.
The question is that this Honourable Chairman be suspended until tomorrow, Wednesday, the 18th day of March, 2026 at 9:30 a.m. 9:30 a.m. I say no more. All those honourable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Me think the ayes have it. This honourable chamber stands suspended until Wednesday, the 18th day of March, 2026 at 9:30 a.m.